Okay, good morning everybody. Can I ask people at the back, please take your seats, and we're going to go live streaming straight away. Good morning everybody. That's me in the corner here, as the REM sound goes. Yeah. People normally say, "Can you hear me?" But can you see me? It's one of the disadvantages of being 5'4". I'm over here in the corner. Okay, good morning everybody. Slightly different format for today, and welcome back to day 2 of our assembly meeting, third assembly meeting this weekend. Slightly different format for today. Thankfully, only one PowerPoint presentation, but it's a really good PowerPoint presentation from Johanna. But a slightly different format today, and after the first presentation I'll be handing across to Dervin MacDonald, who you'll know from previous assembly meetings, a broadcaster and journalist, who's going to facilitate a discussion with our panellists, which Dervin will introduce at that time. First of all, I want to introduce again, who you'll be familiar with from a previous assembly, is Professor Johanna Hivers from Trinity College Dublin, professor from Trinity College Dublin, associate professor in addiction, as well as many other talents as well. Dervin sent me a special request late last night and this morning that she wants to have she wants to have 1 extra minute for her presentation this morning, so she's promised me it's going to be 16 minutes instead of 15. So I'm going to hand across, thankfully, now to Johanna, and welcome everybody again this morning. Thank you.
Technical difficulties.
Go. It's all right, Johanna, we're not counting. You're okay. You're grand. Thanks.
I'm from the discipline of public health and primary care in the School of Medicine in Trinity, and the last time I spoke to you about drug use at a population level, focusing on harms all the way up to addiction and dependency. And today I want to talk to you about something that's really close to my heart. It's building systemic capital to advance addiction recovery in Ireland. And in doing that, I'm going to tell you what I mean by, or what we mean as a field by recovery, where we are with that at the moment in terms of its strategic response, how we got there, and where we need to go to do better, because this is a space that we really need to do better in. So to acknowledge the fact from the outset that we have a really strong recovery community in Ireland, a really strong cohort of people, recovery is possible and it is visible. It tends to be visible at different times of the year, but we have a really strong cohort of people doing excellent work, and we really need to support them to do a lot more. in terms of what do I mean when I'm talking about recovery, recovery is life after drug use. So when a person resolves their drug use, whether that's to stabilise, reduce or abstain, and recovery is a self-defined term, so people decide themselves when they're in recovery. But recovery is the stuff that happens beyond the treatment effect or beyond the work that the person has done on themselves, and how we quantify and measure that, because people think it's very woolly and we don't know what we're talking about, but there's actually quite a staunch hard science behind it. And we will refer to a term, and I know some of the panellists will, talking about recovery capital. And they are the factors that people have in their lives that help them sustain their recovery. And some people touched on them yesterday. That is having access to education, training, housing, employment, somewhere nice to live, somewhere nice to be, and engagement with your community, amongst other things. But they're the quantifiable things that we do know what we're talking about and we can measure, and we will know what it looks like when we get success. So in terms of a strategic response to drugs, we are still relatively new in Ireland. Our strategic response only came in the 80s. And again, not to advocate for American strategic responses, but they would have had a strategic response in the 60s. And similarly, our nearest neighbours in the UK would have been developing strategic responses to drugs in the 70s. Ours was born out of the opioid epidemic, which we all know about, which was predominantly in both north and south inner cities. And the purpose of that was to respond to the outbreak and emergency spread of HIV and hepatitis and contain that. And in containing that, then reduce the crime rates. So in terms of successes, that was really successful because in some cases we've eradicated hepatitis and HIV. The crime rates were stabilised for a period. So as a strategy, it was effective. We tended not to really go back to evidence, and we repeated that, as you can see, all the way up until the latest strategy, which is reducing harm, supporting recovery. Now, on first reflection, it looks like it is a partnership between harm reduction and recovery. Unfortunately, it isn't. It does have lots of successes, and I'll talk about them in a second, but I think the biggest win that we have in the current strategic response is that it's action-focused. So it's got 50 actions. Most of them relate to harm reduction. Listen, harm reduction is the beginning of a journey for people in recovery. I'm not advocating, you've heard this term, I'm sure, lots of times around the continuum. The continuum absolutely begins and does lots of great stuff in the middle with harm reduction, but at the end of that, we should be aspiring for recovery. So, listen, it's been positive on many levels, but as I say, it's action-focused. It's got an office that's responsible for it. It's got monies behind it, and it's got a timeline. And anybody that knows anything about implementation knows that they're the bread and butter of implementation. You need a person who's, the buck stops with them. You need the money, and you need it to be time-bound. So all is not lost. What I would say is we've got a good example of how we do harm reduction really well. Now we need to map on how we do recovery really well with that. So, as I say, lots of successes with harm reduction. We talked about successes yesterday in terms of health diversion, excellent. Drug checking, excellent for the population who use drugs, and we need to keep safe. And just to say, if you look at my profile, they are projects that I'm aligned with, so I'm absolutely not opposing harm reduction in any way, so don't take that from today. What we have done is we've streamlined case management and common assessment. That might seem like a small thing, but what it means is every service user now gets a quality and a standard around assessment in Ireland. That wasn't always the case, and it took 2 decades to nearly get there. We have a shared language, and we've reframed it as a health issue, and addiction is absolutely a health issue. And so is recovery. But the trouble with recovery is when we're talking about housing, education, employment, training, suddenly we're going outside of the domain of health. So again, you can see where the lines are blurred, and I'm going to talk about how that plays out in service when we're trying to deliver strategically on things that we need, but isn't always our business in health. And it is aligned with the National Healthy Ireland framework, which again, I'll talk about why that's a positive. So just to give you a very brief view of what it looks like when someone shows up to treatment and tries to get recovery. So a bunch of people show up to get to treatment, and some of them will lapse and relapse. Fewer of those progress to treatment. Fewer of those attain recovery. So in other words, resolve that drug or alcohol problem, and or reduce or abstain or stabilise. And very few people go on to sustain recovery. And what I mean by that is, if I come back in, someone tells me today they've resolved it. If I come back in 6 months, 12 months, 24 months, 5 years, would that recovery still be sustained? And the reason why that's important is because if somebody makes it to 5 years in recovery, we know this from John Kelly's work in Harvard Medical School, if someone makes it to 5 years in recovery without any lapses or relapses, they only are at risk for relapsing in the same way as someone who was never taken or has never entered recovery. So that becomes a really important number. So this group, as I say, are in the minority, the sustained recovery group. So when we talk about the people, what's different about the ones who show up to treatment and don't manage to sustain their recovery? So what's different about them is we know they're more likely to have experienced high rates of trauma. They're more likely to be a parent. They're more likely to have a co-occurring mental health issue, and I would say physical health issue. More likely to be experiencing homelessness at the point of treatment, and certainly at the point of leaving treatment. More likely to be an early school leaver, and more likely to have experienced high rates of unemployment, if not whole life unemployment. So what happens and how this plays out at treatment is that you've got to fight for recovery capital to be developed, a fight from the service user and a fight from the frontline worker. You've got a frontline worker trying to find somebody a house in the middle of a housing crisis while they might be in detox. You've got a frontline worker trying to assist in helping someone get their physical and mental health issues sorted out while they're in treatment. You've got a frontline worker trying to get someone into a HEI, higher education institution, when our numbers have never been higher. You've got them trying to negotiate an employment market when we've never called for more skilled people in Ireland. You've got them trying to resolve often a lifetime of social services issues and a very complex relationship with the justice system, where people are being punished for using drugs, and that punishment goes on and follows them through their recovery. So that's the kind of pressure we have our workforce under at the moment. You've got them trying to deliver on a health-led approach that actually is using the frontline workers, pitting the service users against us, and using the health budget to actually address what should be a cross-sectoral response. So what do we need to do, or where, ultimately we need to disrupt this very poor system that we're in. And listen, we seen the showcase yesterday. There are amazing things going on, but the pressure that's on the frontline worker to do everything it's impossible and it's unsustainable. So what do we need to do to ensure that everybody that shows up to treatment at least has the potential to sustain their recovery? Well, surprise, surprise, Zilla, we need to harness this recovery capital at a systemic level. We need our key partners across housing, health, education, employment, social services and justice. And it will go beyond this. We need planning and other environmental, but these are our key partners. These are what we know. If you were to pick up the literature tomorrow, this is what you would find scientifically that we know when a person has these partners truly providing resource. This is where we know that people sustain their recovery. So I suppose it's a much bigger issue than just giving someone a place at treatment or giving someone a bed in detox, because effectively that's what we're doing at the moment. We're giving people a place in treatment with sometimes amazing key workers, case management, first-line workers who are filling that gap and doing the impossible. And what that means is if we keep going the way we go, we're going to always have this guy, the guy that shows up with the capital, or at least some of it, and then you can top it up. He's going to be the guy or the girl or the they that is going to sustain their recovery. So when we look at this through that lens of the difference between equity and equality, so not just giving someone a bed, but actually looking at their needs, how do we achieve health equity? Well, we achieve health equity by addressing the underlying issues that prevent people from being healthy. So we know from health policy, good health policy, that where we work, where we live, and where we play determines our health, and it certainly determines our recovery. So understanding that while not all government agencies have a responsibility to health or have a remit in health, they do make policies and protocols and build stuff and put infrastructure in that has a direct effect on people's health. And that has a direct effect, obviously, for our community in terms of recovery. So very simply, and this is a much bigger issue that deserves a lot more time, but what we're talking about is the social determinants of health, and it's exactly what I said a moment ago. Where we live, where we play, and where we work will determine our health. The good thing is, I always come with the evidence. We've got a really strong evidence base around this. This is not a new idea by any measure. This is something that was born out of the WHO, but we have lots of jurisdictions, lots of evidence showing that when we have health in all policy, health improvements are clear. So what the evidence base, and I apologise, this is my only text-heavy slide and I won't read it, but it's for your information and for the Assembly beyond this. What we know in terms of key messages is when we put health in all policies, it improves population health outcomes beyond. It enhances a coherence in policy that is sustainable. But ultimately, even if you don't care about health and even if you don't care about recovery, economically this makes sense because in the long run, you will get way more bang for your buck if you invest in health in all policy. So ultimately, what we're doing is we're taking this as a framework and we're saying, how do we achieve equity in recovery? Well, recovery equity, again, will be achieved by addressing the underlying issues that prevent people from sustaining their recovery. So where people work, where they play, and where they live is very important. And understanding that while our cross-sectoral partners do not have a remit in health, their policies are directly affecting people who are trying to navigate harm reduction, trying to stabilise their drug use, and ultimately trying to get into recovery. So again, and this is not an exhaustive list, but I'm tying this back to the evidence. When we look at people who succeed in recovery, what we know is they have housing, stable housing that is supportive, and sometimes that is recovery housing, and that's a much deeper issue that I'm happy to take up with people. Again, we've got lots of evidence base there. They have access to education if they choose to, and if that's the appetite that they have, or indeed employment or education or both, that they have support with social services, support with justice, and that will lead to a quality of life that we all aspire to and want to enjoy. And ultimately, by fixing this, we're talking about prevention, and one of the bugbears I have is that people always think that prevention is about taking a program and going into a school and telling kids not to take drugs, and that is part of prevention. But ultimately, prevention is not different to recovery. Prevention is about creating opportunity, creating pathways so that people don't go down a road that they might find themselves on that's messed up their lives. So we need to start to see prevention in that way. And again, I would say recovery and prevention in all policies. I do know I'm at this assembly and the next one's going to address that. But so what would that look like and what do we need for that to happen? Well, we need political will. you know, if anything, take from this today that we have people on the ground that are passionate about making a difference. And we have people that go to work every day trying to get people over the line, either to harm reduction or recovery. So we're not lacking the grassroots movement. We need it from the top, and we need mandated support where people row in from other sectors and, you know, give resource, give time, and come together. And it is a speculate to accumulate, because what you give out, you will get back. So yes, it will immediately be about budgets, but ultimately in this time of sustainability, that is the kind of long game. And the evidence is there. It's not me just piping this up. We need stakeholder engagement. We should never do anything without the people it affects. We need evaluation frameworks, and that's because we need to know what we're measuring, how we know it's successful, and how long it's going to take us. And ultimately, those evaluation frameworks will help us with the context-specific elements too. So it's going to be different in housing than it is in education. And I suppose that's it. That's, for me, what we need to do to advance addiction recovery. So thank you.
Janet. Thank you very much. Thank you, Johanna, and I found it hard to tail you off there, but that was a fantastic presentation, and your passion is unmatched. Even though it's perfect, no, fantastic presentation, and I think your commitment is unmatched, and just you've brought the whole concept and theory of recovery capital into practice and set it in real terms for us. So now I think it sets up the discussion for Darrell, which I'm going to pass straight across to.
That is great, and it does. Joanna's going to join us for this panel discussion. First of all, it is superb to be back with you all here today. I don't know about many of you, but it took me quite a bit of time to process our last meeting. I have to say the courage and the insights that the lived experience panels gave us has stuck with me for a long time, and indeed still does. Today, the sessions I'll be moderating are not about the lived experience per se, but the expertise is certainly informed by the experience of our panellists. I think what you'll really get a sense of this morning, and Johanna set it up for us, is that recovery is a process. It's not an event. So, and there are many, many, many parts to that. And often when I speak to people who've struggled with addiction, they just say the first part of the journey is ending the substance use or reducing it. The really, really hard yards is when you then have to go out and learn how to live again. And I think we'll get a real sense of that this morning. I'm going to be a bit ruthless, because I've told my panellists that there are 3 things they must do. They must tell me what works, what doesn't work, and what would be a game changer. So I'm going to be, just to make the best use of that time, just to please just give a warm welcome to Noel Murphy from Solsha, to Nicholas Smith, who is an expert by experience, as you will hear, Daniel Jones beside him, who is a recovery coach, and Mick Devine from the Addiction Treatment Centres of Ireland. You're all very welcome to the Assembly. Noel North, we'd say Solsha, but it's Solsha. Let's begin with you, because Solsha, what it does, it's even preparing people for the recovery journey. It's not just a question about putting people in detox. Can you talk us through what your process is, and what is it about it that works? Because contrary perhaps, and I know those figures are really tough, but there are successful outcomes.
Yeah, we have very successful outcomes, and the first thing I would concur with everything what Johanna said there. That's like, we practice what Johanna spoke about there on the ground. So we are a recovery-orientated system of care. Solsha is up and running now 30 years, and through that 30 years we've developed a model of care where we have developed a very efficient continuum of care, where people come in who need to get off drugs. We have a detox preparation program. From there then they spend about 3 months getting ready to detox. Now, not everyone needs to detox. The difference now with drugs is a lot of people come in and they actually don't need detox, on drugs like coke. So it's just getting them ready to go into treatment. Then they go directly from our day program to an inpatient treatment centre to either detox or for therapeutic treatment. They spend 4 to 8 weeks there, and then they come back to our drug-free day program. So it's very, the whole role is that we have a partnership with the CDETB, and a lot of what we do is educational focused. So a lot of people who come through Solsha have very little recovery capital. And the difference, I suppose, what Johanna was saying is that if someone comes in with a lot of recovery capital, the work is fairly easy. It's a lot of sort of just they drive their own car.
So when you say that, if they have a house, if they have
Yeah,
maybe they're holding a job or they've access at least to resources, maybe
Yeah.
money, it's a different type of
Completely
capital
different.
than someone else.
Completely different. So then someone who come in who have no recovery capital, so they probably have a family history of addiction. They might be a street user, homeless. They're in and out of the criminal justice system. A lot of time in prison. So what we're doing there then is it takes a lot more time. It takes a lot more. You're building recovery capital with them. So the goal then is to try and have them in every day. Get them, like, literally some of it is that some people come in and they have very low literacy levels. So it's a completely different way of working. And them groups are mixed as well. So usually then, with our partnership with the CDETB, if they complete the program, then they'll go into a college course, a pre-college course, and then they'll go on, hopefully they'll go on. I mean, we had a graduation there 2 weeks ago. We had we have groups of 12 people. We have 3 groups of 12 drug-free groups and a detox group of 12 as well. But in the last group that graduated, we had 10 people who graduated drug-free. And then within that then we had 3 people who had come back who just got degrees. 1 person who got a master's and 1 person who was going forward for a PhD. So there is really excellent outcomes, but it's very difficult to get the person from A to B. Yeah. Like it's a lot of process. The thing that would happen in there is that when people come in to recovery, they're ambivalent. So it's not, people are not coming in and they're like, I want to get drug free. It's always, I want to get drug free, and it's usually unconscious ambivalence. So I want to get drug free, but I love drugs. I don't like the consequences of drugs, but I like how they make me feel. So it's never simple of you come in and you charge through and it's great. There's loads of ups and downs. Dealing with, like, say, I sort of describe it as a table with 3 chairs, or three legs, sorry. So it's like people with recovery capital and lots of recovery capital they're on a steady table. But someone who has very little recovery capital, it's 3 legs on it, and if a forced life stressor comes on, the table falls over. So we're always sort of trying to keep an eye on that, and relapse is a big part of recovery as well. And people have to sort of realise that people will relapse. Unfortunately, we have what we call a recovery wall in Saltia, and a lot of people put their name on it. And over the I'm working there I've worked there for 15 years. I moved out for 7 years, and I worked throughout the rest of the system. And then I come back there about 6 weeks ago. And on the wall that we have, I was looking at the names of it, and there's a lot of names that are dead. So unfortunately, in addiction, people don't recover. Some people die. But I think the way forward for us and to get the most successful outcomes is through recovery. And a big part of that then is the whole system of NA, AA, CA, GA. That's all a big part of it as well.
Isn't it, Nicola, the extent of what is required for recovery? Like, I mean, the Assembly has heard a lot about the difficulties of dual diagnosis and people falling, between stools, but you have a powerful lived experience of coming through that. So what worked for you, and as someone who has been through that experience, what worked for you that got you out to the other side, that looking back now you think, okay, that's what really, really helped?
Well, I had my experience of going into treatment with very little support, coming from a clinic. I was on a clinic on methadone for 12 years. Back then, from what I've heard, there's not a lot of change in that area. There was no care plan.
Care? Like, I mean, afterwards?
No, there was no care plan from the time I entered the clinic. You would have seen doctors and you would have got health kind of concerns. They would have looked at some of that. There was never a kind of, how long do you want to be here? I didn't want to be there for the rest of my life. I had 2 children. I was looking for help around my addiction. I also, believe it now, was saying I couldn't imagine my life without it either, because of what it done for me. At the time I didn't know I had PTSD. It was years later I got diagnosed with that. So it was doing something for me that nothing else was doing. But at the same time I didn't understand any of that. So there was no process of, right, you're here now, do you want to be here a year? What can we put in place? What structures can we bring in? You were just there, you showed up every day for your methadone, and they dealt with all the kind of ups and downs within that.
And something, Nicola, that Jim was saying yesterday, and we heard a lot about the specific care and support paths for women, you know, that there are different needs for women and men. And was that something you felt was that maybe wasn't there?
Oh, 100%. There's a huge stigma for, I think, a mother. I think even biasm, even in your own family, without them even knowing, you know, there's just, how can you be doing this in front of your children? You know, there's just a lack of understanding all around addiction, without people even realising that they are judging, you know. But yeah, definitely.
So what worked for you? What got you across the line?
I haven't seen no in 10 years. He was my first counsellor that I ever experienced. I was like, geez, this is a coincidence. He was the first service, a social worker actually, that came into Trinity Court, and she was there for 6 months. And she asked me one day, she said, Nick, how are you? I said, I don't want to be here anymore. I said, I don't want to bring my children into this place anymore. And when I meant I don't want to be here, I don't want to be here. And I was frightened, my mental state was getting progressively worse. And she kind of went for bat in the team meetings and said, I believe she can do it, I believe she can get off here. And so that took 2 years. And then I was introduced to SOLCE, the stabilisation programme. So that was my first kind of introduction to, and I was up and down, and I was trying to stay in and I'd go again. But it was my first introduction to kind of give, you know, the wanting to give a clean urine, and you know, really wanting to, and seeing other people that were doing it. That was a big, that plants the seeds. And
I suppose that level of peer support and seeing that others can do it. Daniel, can I speak to you, because you're a recovery coach, and it's something that you get paid to help other people do it, and it is a life that you have by experience. But you spent a lot of the big landmarks of your life, the 18th, the 21st, other things, in a place where most of us would never imagine. Can you just talk us through your experience?
Yeah, well, my experience would have been from a very young age. Would have been in and out prisons and institutions for most of my life till I was 34, I suppose. So I was in and out of clinics and methadone clinics and doctors and stuff like that. And nobody ever told me that there was another way. Nobody ever put a recovery map in front of me. From 16, I was put on a methadone program. Nobody ever says, "We don't need to try this. We don't need to try that. There's a better way to live." Like, you know what I mean? So I was on that wheel for near over 20 years, and I used to always have this great big plan. When I get out, I'm gonna do it different this time. I'm gonna get my life together, and I'm gonna try live, and I'm gonna try have a family. And I always wanted to do what the normal person was doing on the street. But within 6 months, 3 months, I'd end up back in there, and I'd always wonder, how was this at the happening? And I didn't know where I was going wrong. And I suppose when I think back, like, we never had support. There was no support. So I didn't know anything about recovery. The way I was living was the only way I knew how to live at the time. I suppose till the end of me using days, when I became really willing, and I was suffering with my mental health. I was suffering with paranoia. I was suffering with depression. I was suffering with all that sort of stuff, and I didn't want to live that way anymore, I suppose. And I became willing to try something new.
So what were the keys that unlocked then that for you, that got you to the position now where you're actually able to go out and help other people who had your experience?
For me, the keys were somebody done what I'm doing now for me at the end. I had lost 3 of my family members through addiction, and I didn't want to die myself. So I mean, so yeah, I was introduced to SOLCE as well, and I went into SOLCE and I hadn't got a clue, and I suppose I needed to learn how to live again. I needed to learn. I had no tools to be able to live a normal life, and when I went into SOLCE, they started believing me. They started giving me hope. They started put a map out in front of me that there was different ways. They discovered that I was dyslexic. They gave me support around education.
But you began your education after that?
I began my education in Solcha. I never had education before. I never really went to school. I never done any exams or junior cert or anything like that. So when I went to Solcha, that's where my education journey began. And yeah, I went into sports coaching, and I went into the fitness, and that's what really worked for me for my recovery as well. And while I was doing that, I got an opportunity to be a recovery coach, and I went to DCU, and I studied there for part-time for a year. And it just gave me tools that I never had before. It gave me, it gave me a lot of confidence. It gave me hope to be able to help somebody else. Like, I seen that what I had was, I had been there. I'd been to the prisons, I'd been to the hospitals, I'd been to all the places, and if I could do it, I could definitely help somebody else do it. Like.
Yeah. You know, it's brilliant to hear about, you know, such the grassroots approach, but when we're talking about the health-led approach and that aspect of recovery, it is multifaceted, but what, in your view, are we getting right, and where are we falling down?
What are we getting right? I represent a group of residential treatment services, and I think there's definitely a part to play in recovery for residential services. We get people into the safety of a treatment environment for a period of time where there's a good chance there won't be drug use, safe and stable detoxification, a chance to learn about the dynamics of the addiction. A lot of people, when they're in the throes of addiction, don't understand the dynamics that are in operation, and that when someone starts craving drug use, it's often beyond a matter of choice. And so for people to experience the cravings without resource to drug use and finding other ways of seeing a craving through and realizing that they can is a good kind of footing to get people off on the road to recovery. So that's one thing we get right, is about educating people about addiction and its dynamics, and that when you're in the throes of it, you're actually cooperating with the dynamics, and you need to learn to manage the dynamics in a different way for recovery to be sustained and ongoing.
It was interesting listening to Nuno yesterday when he was talking about how confirming a lot of the things about the Portuguese model, dispelling a lot of the myths perhaps about it too, but talking about how decriminalisation wasn't the biggest part of that. It was actually having the structures and the accessibility of services. So is that something where there is a gap where, as Johanna and others have outlined, it was a grassroots sort of community-led model that sort of brought the state along in many respects?
Well, I don't know if this is answering your question, but once people get to feel the safety and start to realize there's skills needed to be in recovery, and residential treatment providers are well placed to help people develop skills for recovery. For instance, we do workshops, psychoeducation workshops. We did a workshop one day on problem solving. And so we got a consensus among the group as to what was the biggest problem this group was contending with at that time. And we agreed the biggest problem the group had was they go into a room and there's other people in there. And that is a very challenging prospect for a lot of people. And sometimes people can't stay in the room. They don't feel they have the wherewithal to be able to manage in a room and have a conversation. So if you're talking about fellowship groups, or if you're talking about aftercare groups or other support groups, it takes a lot of wherewithal, it takes a lot of skill for people to be able to make use of recovery kind of groups. So a big part of residential treatment is to help people just make contact with other people and start developing skills for recovery. So with the residential setting, people are together 24 hours a day and 7 days a week, and it's a drug-free environment. So people have to learn.
But then when they leave,
they
have
leave.
to learn.
That's right.
They have to learn to give again. And Johanna, can I just bring you in on that, because I think what the panel are speaking to when we talk about a holistic approach, that's really where the sort of whole of government, whole of the totality of what people need to, I suppose, to even to try and reduce those high levels of relapse. If they don't have access to all of those services, it makes it really, really challenging.
It makes it challenging, and in a way it's a waste of time, it's a waste of resource. To answer your other question, what we're doing really well is treatment. What we're doing somewhat better is recovery when we're resourced. What we're not doing great is a whole recovery approach.
Yeah, and as you say, look, with all of the benefits, including the socioeconomic ones, I would just want to ask each one of you, obviously this is such a multifaceted issue, there are so many issues at play, but what do you think would be, if you had a magic wand or if you're in control of government for a day or whatever it is, you've got an idea or set of ideas that could really be the game changer? Daniel, you're working with people day in, day out. If there was sort of a sense of a game changer or what would really, really, really help, what do you think it would be?
We think more peer support in the likes of methadone clinics, and I think for recovery to be made more visible, for recovery to be, we know harm reduction and all is great, and everyone's journey to recovery is different, but I think recovery should be promoted a lot more, should be made visible, a lot more visible. There should be more recovery, everything, I think. Yeah, and I think to be able to, for somebody who has lived experience, to be able to help somebody else is powerful, because we have been in the hole and we know there's a way out of it.
Yeah, and Noel, obviously, and both Nicola and Daniel have spoken to the power of it, but obviously that peer support is key. So for us to capitalise on the good stuff that we have there, what do you think is really, really going to bring it forward in terms of building that recovery capital? Is it peer support? Are there any specific initiatives that you would like to see introduced? Because it's not, as Jan said, it's about funding, but it's not always just funding per se.
Yeah, well, the Recovery Academy Ireland is actually based in Salcha as well. They've only recently moved in. When I went in,
You're developing a campus, aren't you?
Yeah, well, we're developing a recovery campus in Salcha. The HSE has been very supportive, and the Minister has been very supportive of this, and they've bought the buildings all in the same area. So we now, hopefully within the next 2 years, we finish one phase of it. In the next 2 years, we'll have a whole recovery campus, and part of that will be is that when you go in this gate, there'll be a recovery cafe there. We'll have the Salcha programs. We'll have AA, NA, GA. We'll have a whole environment where when people don't want to drink or take drugs, they can go in there, they can get their care, and they can also socialise as well. But just to go back to your other point is that with the Recovery Academy of Ireland, we've 15 coaches coming on in the next phase, which is in the next 2 or 3 weeks, and we've 14 in reserve. So that's 29 people in recovery. When they finish that, then what they'll do is they'll go out into different programs, and they'll then be recovery coaches in that program. Now, what Daniel was saying about the point he was making about the methadone clinics, I mean, I was working in methadone clinics for the last 5 or 6 years, and it took a lot of hard work just even to get case managers into clinics. And we did eventually get them into 4 clinics, and that means now that, and a lot of them case managers would be probably in recovery themselves. So we tried to focus on that, get people in with the lived experience. When you send someone out, what you have is a recovery champion, and they go back into their community, and these would have been in their community known as drug users. They go back in drug-free then. They then become a role model, and that has a huge contagious impact. And that's why in Salcha we say recovery is contagious, because it is. The more people you get into recovery, the more people that will attach on to it and follow that role. But it's a difficult process, and it's a lot of work to get people in recovery, and then to keep them in recovery is difficult. But the point Johanna made about after 5 years, if we can get them to 5 years, that's the key part. They sort of just take off then. Now we have people coming back all the time. The process, what we do in Salcha is we get people back for the graduation. So people that were 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. I mean, at that conference that Johanna did the other day on Thursday in Trinity College, we had someone there that was 20 years and someone there that was 12 years that had gone through Salcha and were in their community, giving back. I just want to make one more point if I can, is that if someone comes in active addiction, and they're in active addiction and they're flat out going to prison, committing crimes, they're literally costing the state a huge amount of money. You get that person into recovery. Recovery is not just about stopping taking drugs. It's a complete switch in your life. So you don't do crime anymore. You become a community member, you get involved in sport, you give back. And that, for me, is what recovery is about. It's not just about stopping taking drugs, it's a whole process.
And it's the whole point that Nicola has made about stabilisation is only the first part, learning to live again. For you, what would be, what would really, really help? What would you want the Assembly members to kind of take away from today if there was something that they could help frame their recommendations? What do you think would be a game changer for people who've been through your experience?
I think there has to be, in our communities, I think it's great, there's a lot of services in town. Throw a stone and you can hit a service, you know. But if you go out into the communities, we have a lot of young people now starting off in the cocaine epidemic. I think there has to be that kind of stabilisation within our communities, treatments, if it's available to that part, if they need it, and then a year and a half day programme, you know, that's there for them. You know, your education is gone. How do you settle back into your family life? Probably one of the hardest things you'll ever have to do, with kind of all the stuff that was undealt with. Children, how do you become a parent again? Do you know, how do you face teachers and schools, and you know, these are all the things that you need support in. I think if you put that foundation there, it's like a measuring tape then.
Yeah.
You start seeing your life change, and so even when you hit a bad place or you hit pitfalls, you can go, okay, what are the tools I need to do? Get in contact with the key worker I got on with. This is going on. Or go in and have a cup of tea. And an open door policy for people who have left, and they can come in and have a cup of tea and have a chat. That place is there for them. Our doctors in our communities don't even recommend any services.
And thank you for that, Nicola. But Mick, that's really at the personal. What needs to happen at, I suppose, the political with a small p or big P, whatever your level, because actually it comes around to what Nuno was describing yesterday, the governance, the structures, the accessibility. So there could be pockets of the country where maybe Dublin, where you could throw a stone and hit a service, but there are other parts of the country which would struggle to do that, and possibly people are struggling and possibly losing lives because they can't access that treatment.
Yes. Yes, well, I liked the emphasis yesterday on biopsychosocial approaches, and that there needs to be a whole person approach. And so it's not just a treatment intervention, it's the follow through that happens after that, so that people have opportunities to make meaningful contributions to society. That can't be done without stable accommodation. It can't be done without access to training and education and employability. And just as Nicola's saying about for people to be parents again, and so there's a whole range of learning that needs to happen in psychological approaches, and the whole trauma-informed approach to care is very important too, because the debilitating effects of trauma last a long time, and there needs to be a part of the intervention that is addressing developmental traumas and PTSDs as well, so in an ongoing kind of way.
We're going to do something slightly different. We're going to go straight to the Q&As, so get your little questions ready. But before I do, Joanna, I just want to ask you, as a business journalist, I'm very interested in that concept of recovery capital, both at a personal perspective, but also just the fact that if we invest in this, I mean, there are huge costs to the state of not supporting people in recovery because of the knock-on impacts on services. So can you just speak to us just before we go to the tables just about that recovery capital, about not just the person and their recovery, but also the broader societal benefits for when we do invest and do support that well?
Well, the immediate thing is the relief of burden off the health system and the costs that go with that. But I suppose it's to loop back to what Noel said. You know, recovery doesn't happen in isolation. People are part of a family, they're part of a community, and they're part of society. And so as well as not costing the state something, they become taxpayers. They give back to community, they engage in civic engagement, societal benefit. So the capital that we talk about at the individual level for a person in recovery can be extended to community and society. So, I mean, as I said earlier, and not to be crude about it, even if you don't care about recovery, financially, recovery makes sense. We have the economical studies that look at whether we build a therapeutic community in a prison and give people an access out rather than just putting them in prison and giving them no support, that kind of pays dividends. So the Americans have done this for the last 2 decades. For every dollar spent, you'll get, you know, at least double that back, if not 3 times, 4 times the amount. Yeah. So economically it makes sense, but the capital that we talked about is extended, as I say, to family, community and society. Recovery makes a whole load of sense.
Brilliant. We are we're going to take a couple of questions for the panel. So we might just do the same as we did yesterday, just in terms of maybe taking it in groups of 2 or 3. But and I've warned them that your questions are always very, very interesting. So I was just wondering if we have the mic. So if there are any hands up, maybe just to maybe give 1 or 2 questions to our panel in terms of support and recovery from addiction. And I've got table 9 and table 2. We'll start with those.
Hi, good morning. Thanks very much for a very interesting discussion. One of the things that every time I hear people talking about the solutions is trying to understand what's broken, what is not working. So it all makes sense. All of the stuff you've spoken about this morning makes perfect sense. What needs to change to make that happen? Is that a change in structures? Is it a change in organisation? Is it a change in budgeting? Exactly what is wrong is my question. I don't understand. It seems everyone knows what needs to be done, so why is it not being done?
Okay, that's great. And then we'll just take this question from table 2 as well. Thank you.
Hello guys, good morning and thank you very much for being with us. What is the beginning of a journey towards sustained recovery level for those who are homeless with non-recovery capital? Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very, very much. I might maybe just, Noel, go to you first on that, because as we discussed at the outset, recovery capital can mean different things depending on where you are in life, but particularly for the homeless who are the most vulnerable, and many of those who are going into treatment, either, I think Johanna said, either at the point of going into treatment or certainly maybe after it, homelessness is a huge issue for them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I mean, in our detox prep program at the moment, we would have a lot of people that you're talking about there. So majority would be that person you're talking about. So they're homeless, they're in and out of prison, they're crack users, street drug users, lots of trauma, what Mick was saying earlier on, lots of trauma in their lives throughout. So it takes, there's a phenomenon called equifinality. And in that what that means is that if you put somebody in the right environment, with the right nutrients, with the right care, with the right attention, all of the right stuff is there, they will grow. And that's what we try and do. We try, now it's not airy-fairy type of stuff, it's not that, it's very pragmatic, it's very, look, you are where you are, you're responsible now, you've got to make the right decisions now, but we help them step by step all the way through, and it's very slow. And everything is around setting goals, small goals, every goal is that we set, we move it forward. And it might be that will, one person will come in, it might take 6 months before they're ready to go to detox. And they're still on drugs at this stage, but it's a slow process. And then it might be that they go away and come back. Eventually then, when they do go into detox, then when they get drug free, then they're left with all the emotional stuff then, the stuff that they've been self-medicating for years. So then it's into a place where where you'd be talking about therapeutic treatment centre, they'll do their time there, and then they're still very early in recovery. And then it's back to our day programme, and it's another 18 weeks there. Same thing, then it's an aftercare programme after that. And slowly but surely then you see people, and we see all the time, people come back 4 or 5 years later, they have a degree. And that was the same person that was there 4 or 5 years ago. That is the person you're talking about there. So it's a tried and tested process, and it's like what Johanna is saying, it is very much that we know what we're doing and we know what works, and it's just trying to make sure that the person, but it's addiction, you know, something can always happen along the way. So it is trying to put in the right supports all along the way, but it is a process that, you know, you just have to sort of be very patient with the person and walk with them all the way through, you know.
But Johanna, it's very, very difficult when you don't have a roof over your head and when you have uncertainty about that, and obviously we're not immune to the wider housing and homelessness crisis that's in society in general, but for these particularly vulnerable people, not even having that, it's just a huge part of your recovery capital that's missing.
Yeah, and I suppose it's to look at it from the perspective that housing is the immediate issue, because, you know, it's very difficult, as Noel says, to sustain recovery, but to sustain recovery while you're in a homeless agency with no house and no clear end in sight is really difficult. But then we have to go behind that and know, well, what do we know about people who are homeless? Well, we know that they have complex needs. They're more likely to, you know, have, pardon me, sorry, more likely to have co-occurring mental illness. They're more likely to have left school early. So that level of capital just is compounded all the time. So I suppose the immediate thing is to look at the house, but ultimately, again, to bring it back to the point of this systemic capital, we really need for those agencies to be ponying up with their strategic plans and feeding into things that we know that the person's going to meet that block anyway. It's just, it was an analogy used yesterday about this patchwork quilt. But if we keep on going where we've been, we'll still be here in 2 decades, you know.
And Mick, we heard it, the Assembly heard it at the last session that we had where the frontline workers were talking about how challenging it is for people to access services. When you have some capital, it's even more so. And the stress they go under trying to get housing for people or trying to do that, and especially when the gang's very complex, because some treatment centres don't accept you if there's X or Y, and it gets complicated, but that fundamental need for housing, if you're homeless, it just must be...
See, there has to be a multiple response. You know, we have stories of people being passed from one service to the other because we can't do anything until you've addressed that area. And we have to be good at presenting a variety of solutions at the same time. So there's treatment and housing and training and educational opportunities, all being presented at the same time. The other question that seems to be getting at the problem of stigma, that the drug-using community are stigmatized, and their families, and even some communities are stigmatized. And that means they're very low down the priority list, and they're easy to exclude, and there aren't any votes. So we need to destigmatize the problem, we need to prioritize the problem, and just as Johanna is saying, we need a multitude, we need a multidisciplinary response to the problem of
So Dan, just go to the question from table 9 then, because you're working day in, day out with people. What's not working? What is not working? You know, if there are a multiplicity of services, is it just that it's not all joined up? Is that what's lacking?
We think there should be a lot more communication within services. Services should communicate a lot better with each other. I think we often had people ready to go to treatment and there was just more hoops put up in front of them and they couldn't get through them. And unfortunately some of them went back using because there was too many barriers put up. I don't think that's what I personally think wasn't working for me at the time, like, or for them, like.
So that they were there, but they just weren't all connected. For you, Nicola, what's not working?
I think there's a lot of money being, I don't know, look, you can't put a price on people's lives, can you? But like, there's a lot of money, it seems, well, we could all say, can't we, that the being left on methadone for 15, 20 years and that not being you know, that keeping you stuck, as Joanna said, when does recovery start? Maybe recovery starts the day you walk in there to go on a methadone program for that person. I want off the street, I want off this drug. Maybe it starts then. Do you know, why are we pumping so much money into keeping people stuck and not in the process of recovery? I don't know, I think as well, I mean, services, I think from the hierarchy, you need to look at what doesn't work and what actually does work and what's proved to be working. We know that a stabilisation works, treatment works, and aftercare in long term. Not aftercare for necessarily can work for some people an hour a week, but we know that kind of bridge back to normal living if you have that stability every day for a while,
So-
works.
Yeah, so is it, Noel, then, given the success that you've outlined, then what is it that's going wrong? Is it funding? Is it governance? Is it structures? Is it lack of what Johanna was describing as that sort of overall political whole of government or whole of service? You know, if there is so much being done on the ground, what is it that's...
Well, there is in the continuum of care, what you were talking about there, in the continuum of care, if we get someone into detox and they're homeless, well, when they come out and finish the detox, we have a collaboration with some of the agencies. They'll go into a drug-free house. We're not going to send them back to a hostel where they're actively using drugs. So that system is in place, and like it is possible. Probably where it is lacking is when we're stabilising someone. When the housing force come in, we used to, at that point, we had a load of hostels that were drug-free hostels and a load of hostels that were stable hostels. That all went. We lost them all overnight. Probably where it is lacking is having a hostel or places where people who are stabilising and getting ready to go to the next phase. That's probably where we're lacking. We do have plenty of drug-free houses. Mike Ferries would have a lot of them, where when we get someone in for a detox, we have a recovery house is what they're called, and there'll be 4 or 5 or 10 people in that house, all in recovery, to get drug checked out as well. So that system is in place. I'd more go for the other part of it, you know.
And of course, it's where there are gaps. The gaps can be really costly for the individual and for everyone. We'll take a couple more questions. I know I've got 1, 2 and 3. I've actually got 4, so I'm going to take them all together. So I can't see all the table numbers. I'm going to start at table 10 and then we'll go just around. So we'll go 10, 14 and 12. So we'll just start with the lady from 10.
Hi, I'm just wondering why people are put on methadone with no time limit and review, and why there's no timely transition to get to a place of recovery via the likes of naltrexone. Is it too expensive, or is there a monetary interest for GPs prescribing methadone and not taking people off it?
Okay, I think most GPs would like to see most of their patients off that. Let me just go to 14, is it? We'll take that. So,
Sorry, thank you. I'm
take the mic.
surprised that more work is not being done in the prisons. Some years ago, John Lonergan, who was the head of Mountjoy, claimed that 70 to 90% of his inmates had drug and mental health issues, and that was the basis of their reason for being in prison. So I would, with the cost of it as well, and where you have, people in-house, I would have thought that is a bit of a lost opportunity. I think yesterday somebody gave a figure of 6% treatment or something for prisoners. I mightn't be accurate on that, but I just feel, is it a lost opportunity?
Okay, that's great. So prisons, and then I think there was a question or two here. Is it at table 12? Thank you.
Hi, thank you all. I understand the need for housing and for stability for someone to come out of to recover and allow them to fully recover. But I'm just wondering, given that in Ireland at the minute, a young couple working 2 jobs can't actually buy a house, where are we going to get the money from to have those housing? Is it from increased taxes? Is it from less spending on our judicial system? Realistically, to our panel, where is that going to come from?
Oh my goodness, lots of easy questions this morning. Let's just see. So we were looking...
Sorry, I have a question too, and I'm from table 12 as well. So just 1 minute, and I wouldn't take very long. I was really encouraged by the story of Daniel, and it seems like we really have a strong recovery community. And is that still the majority case, that we have the strong community, that we have the recovered patients that have helping the existing patients? And if this is the case, that what is the biggest challenge of reintegrating to the majority community and to access the health education and finding the job, and how much part does the discrimination and unconscious discrimination play? And as Mike said, that there is a stigma that when someone recovered and when they try to access the public service, they try to find a job, would the drug treatment history treated as the medical data, as a part of personal privacy that's protected by the GDPR, and the people, like most public people, shouldn't have the access, maybe just like shouldn't have access.
Okay,
but,
there is a lot. Thank you very,
illegally,
very much.
right?
There's a lot to unpack there. I did tell you, didn't I? They come at you with their questions. There's a lot there, so I might have to divvy this up just a little bit. Johanna, you had already made the point, I think, in your presentation about when you're talking about where investment needs to begin, and one of the key places, obviously, is in our prisons.
Yeah.
That could be, and Daniel spoke about it also, that perhaps that is one of the key intervention points that could put people on the path to recovery earlier. And in fact, when we heard from the lived experience panel, a lot of them said their journey to recovery began there.
Absolutely, and I think that, again, it's about that redirection of how we spend monies in prisons and turning the lens towards recovery. And if Justice did have recovery in their policy, that would be, you know, a way to address that. And again, we have several evidence-based programs internationally that we know work in prisons to get people towards a recovery journey.
Yeah. Noel, can you speak to us about the complexity of the recovery journey and why someone would be, as many are, not all, on methadone for sustained periods of time, and is there a way, and Nicola talked about it, of disrupting that longevity?
So I did work in methadone clinics for a good few years, only operations, but I dealt with a lot of service users as well. It's very complex, and that's the problem. It is very complex. Not everyone wants to come off drugs. You have to realise that as well. Some people actually want to stay on drugs. So that's a percentage of people. Some people are not ready to come off drugs because if they do, they'll just go back using. Some people do want to come off drugs, but they struggle with their doctor or their nurse or whoever it is, and they don't seem to hear them. So there's a variety of reasons why people don't come off drugs. And usually, I know in a lot of the clinics on the north side that I worked in, there was no case management. There is now in 4 of them, but there's still not in others. So, and case management, what that means, there's no care planning. So a lot of people in clinics don't actually have a care plan. They do now in some of them, but to have a care plan makes a huge difference. It means then you're meeting someone every 4 to 6 weeks. You're sitting down with them. You're going through what you want, what you need, because what you want and what you need to do to get there is completely different. So some people might want to get drug free, but they're still smoking crack. So there's a lot. It's so complex and so sort of that.
And Daniel, it is, isn't it, really, really complicated? And perhaps for people who have not been affected by that, maybe don't understand the complex dynamics of that. But you were on methadone from a very, very young age, and it was obviously something, looking back, that you questioned why were you on it for so long. But I suppose everybody's journey is quite different.
Yeah, well, the plan was to take it for a couple of weeks. And 20
How many
years
years?
later, 20 years later, I was still taking it. So I had planned loads of times to come off it, but I suppose I wasn't given the support, I wasn't given the map, I wasn't given the option that this is what you have to do to come off it, and this is what you have to do to stay off it. Because coming off it is not really the hard part. It's learning to stay off it. It's learning how to live without it. It's learning how to be a brother, a son, going through normal everyday life without it, without some sort of substance in your body. That was the hard thing for me, and it still does be on a daily basis. So we still have to stay connected, and we still have to stay at a very basic level of me recovery at all times, because I can sometimes forget that and think that we don't need to do A, B, C anymore, and before I know it, I'm isolated again, and my head is down a number on me again.
It is, Nicola, I think, something you described about, it's about having a care plan, but it's also about having the support to sustain your care plan, and perhaps maybe that's why some stay on it longer than than we can maybe understand. 15 years, 20 years, but unless you've walked in those shoes.
Yeah, a lot I've heard this from a lot of people in my own experience. They go into treatment and they think their life is going to be wonderful. They come after it. It's only about the drugs. It's about living. How do you live? How do you meet the life, the terms and life throws at you? I probably do as much now as I did. I'm 20 years in recovery. I implemented a 12-step program. That's on a daily basis. When I don't implement that, I go off tilt. Do you know, my thinking goes off tilt, my emotions might go off tilt. So that works for me. It might not work for everyone. Usually what it kind of takes is you go through therapy and counselling and then you realise, okay, this is a lifelong thing. This is not like, I can never use drugs safely again or alcohol. So how do I stay away? And I have a home group. I save that group. That's a huge part. Now it's giving back.
Yeah.
Very important. And to find a purpose, you know, that's the thing. If you're going to take something as huge as drugs away out of your life, you've got to replace it with something that's worth something to you, you know.
Mick, just those kind of last questions, just before we wrap up, really spoke, I suppose, maybe to the challenge not just for the Assembly, but for society at large. Resources aren't unlimited. Choices have to be made, you know, and when you look at that kind of the allocation of resources and how you resolve something like this, you know, so it's, you know, I think the last speaker was kind of speaking, is it a trade-off? Is it, you know, at a time when everybody's struggling maybe to find housing? What are maybe for you and for Johanna, maybe looking at this from a bigger perspective, are the best sort of policy responses in a situation where we don't have unlimited resources?
Well, I think just because the problem is complex doesn't mean that it can't be tackled effectively. And I think we have the drug services are kind of the Cinderella services. So there does need to be a change in our view of this dilemma. There does need to be a higher priority placed on tackling problems related to substance misuse. Hopefully that's why we've decided to have a citizens' assembly about this, so that we can get 100 people clearly thinking about the extent of the problem, meeting a lot of the people in the field who are doing very good work. So the people are in place, but the prioritization of it is not in place. There needs to, the whole thing needs to be established on a proper footing as a health problem, and just like we've been capable of responding to cancer as a health problem. And then the number of people in prison, like how many of them really need to be in prison for drug-related offences in the first place? So there needs to be a shift in our whole understanding of this field of drug and alcohol services, and the thing needs to be established on a proper footing. That hasn't happened in this country to date. Hopefully this is an opportunity for the thing to be properly established going forward.
And then, Johanna, I think it was Harry Kennedy, the former director of the Central Mental Hospital, once referred to our prisons as kind of the A&E wings, the mental health A&E wings of society, where a lot of things end up in our prison system that are essentially coming from what are health problems. But sometimes, Johanna, there can be, I think, a frustration with drug use and how we react to it, and in part reflects the challenge and complexity of someone's drug journey in any event. So when it comes to that, what is actually the best way to respond at a policy and a service level, and not just to kind of throw our hands up and just go, God, it's really complicated, there's nothing we can do. What do you think are going to be the game-changing things in terms of what, just to bring it all to a conclusion, that everybody getting that recovery capital?
Well, I think it is about a cross-sectoral response. It is about building recovery into all policies so that we can, and I get that we don't have finite funds, but it will come back to prioritisation. When we prioritise things, we get things done. It is about speculate to accumulate. It will cost money, but in the medium and long term, that will be turned around. When we're looking at prisons, I mean, prisons become this micro system for recovery, believe it or not, because people have a house, you know, unfortunately. They are connected with community. They have peers that can bring them along. So again, if we look at that therapeutic model of a peer-driven support, prison is somewhere that we could really do a lot of work. Yes, there are people there that shouldn't be in prison, but there's also people there that will be there for a long time that deserve access to recovery services, treatment services. So again, it's about switching the lens towards this recovery space. It's not, yes, I agree with Mick, it is a health issue to a point, but it's about health leading on what the other sectors have to do. We need to stop, just to conclude with what's not working. What's not working is a health system delivering on education, housing, training. Business they don't necessarily have a remit in, and they certainly don't have a budget for. So that's what's not working.
Brilliant, just getting all that totality. It is coming up to 10:15, so just want to thank all of the panel, because I think it's really, I think we're really getting to the difficult issues. It's one thing to articulate the problem, another thing to really try and see what the solutions might be. But for their personal insights and for all of the expertise they've brought as a result of their experience, please say thank you to Jan, to Daniel, to Mick, to Nicola and to Noel. Thank you, and I'll hand back.
Thanks. Thank you, Darrell, and thanks to our panellists again for opening up so well to us all and informing us. I was struck by a few things just before I hand it back across to yourselves at the table. I think the one point that jumped out at me in that discussion was particularly the issue of recovery. It's not just a phase, it's actually a life cycle and a continued life cycle. So sometimes we think of it as you go into recovery and you come out of recovery, but it certainly struck me as it's for life, and the supports that we need to put around people are not just for a certain phase. So thanks for that. The other point to Mick just highlight at the end is, again, what came through yesterday about this being a really high priority for society, being a real high priority for policymakers, being a higher priority for government comes through in every discussion we've had all weekend, and it came through very strong again there in that panel discussion. And I think, as Johanna has been consistently saying to us, a kind of whole of society response, a whole of government response, a whole of state agencies response to this issue. And up and until we get that landed, that real key point, that this is not just about areas of high social deprivation because they suffer the most, that's a fact. But unless and until we put our arms around all of government supports, all of state agencies, all of society around this issue, people will continue to be marginalised, stigmatised and suffer. So I really want to thank the panel for their insights into that. So thanks, Derval, again, and we will be back with Derval at the next discussion as well. And thanks to our panellists. Yeah. Yeah. So back to our panel discussions again, and what we would like you to do is spend a little bit of quality time with your facilitators. Again, from what you've heard in relation to recovery, what are the actions we can take to make things better? Thank you. in terms of their human lived experiences of the issues related to drug use within a family. And at our next discussion now, we're going to have, again facilitated by Derval, a panel discussion related to some of the services that are currently in place. And it gives us again an opportunity to think about, when we start to look towards recommendations, what services, not just for individuals, but also for families, we need to consider. So I'm going to pass straight across to Derval again. Thank you.
That's superb. Thank you very, very much, Chairman. So obviously what we're going to be looking at in this panel is innovative supports for families and communities. I just want to say that we have very, very limited time up here on the panel, and we do our best to get to all of the questions. If we don't get to them individually, the Secretariat will deal with them afterwards. I'll try and pick up as many of them, because I did speak to a lot of you over the break as well about maybe incorporating it into this discussion, which obviously follows on from our earlier one in terms of supporting recovery from addiction. We have a brilliant panel once again for you. I want to introduce Anna Quigley from Citywide, Joe Slattery, who's from the North Star Family Support Project in Limerick, Breda Fell from the Family Support Networks, and Dr. Austin O'Carroll, GP. Austin, before we get into the main discussion, I do want to pick up on one question from the floor earlier, which I thought was of interest. It's this question of, to what extent are we incentivising GPs to keep people on long-term methadone recovery programs? Is the system wrong? Should they have better incentives to put people into recovery? Or what are your just views perhaps on that very complex issue of why some people are on methadone programs for sometimes 15 or 20 years, very long periods of their life?
Okay, first of all, I think there's a validity to the question, which I'll come to at the end. But before I get to that, I think the main issue for me is we get obsessed with the concept of being on methadone, as if getting off methadone is the ultimate aim. For me, my clients, some of them will end up recovering, coming off drugs and coming off methadone, and I help them off that, and that's fantastic. Some clients get in contact with their family, they get jobs, they get employment, they get into training, and they remain on methadone. And I don't care if they remain on methadone as long as they get their lives together. Same way as a diabetic may need to stay on insulin for a long time, some people stay on methadone. It makes them feel safe and they want to stay on it. A key principle for doctors is first, do not harm. So if a patient comes to me to come off methadone, I will help them. But if a patient doesn't want to come off methadone, I cannot take them off methadone, because if they take them off methadone and they relapse on drugs, then there is, that means I have caused harm. So that's a principle for doctors. I do agree that the financial system incentivizes people not to push recovery, but I don't think that's the main reason most doctors do that. It's that principle of first do no harm. So absolutely, and again, coming from the previous thing, I think recovery is essential. But a lot of the clients, and I mean, Joanna referred to it, a lot of clients don't recover. In fact, she said the majority, and I deal with a lot of those people who don't recover. And I think sometimes
and you still have to look after them.
I still have to look after them, because we have to be a humane society. These are people really suffering. A lot of them never recover, and we have to provide services, and part of that service is methadone, as well as providing healthcare and being there for them.
So it's not necessarily a panacea when we just talk about getting people off it. I'm going to stay with you, Austin, just because of the, just earlier, I think it was Table 2, were asking about the particular path, for people in homelessness. But a lot of the clients, a lot of the patients that you have are people who have that multiplicity of problems. They're people who've used drugs, but they might have homelessness, or they might have other really, really big social challenges that really affect their recovery capital.
So to describe the service, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, or just to describe the approach. Like, I mean, I think what you kind of say is that they're so adversely impacted on multiple levels. It's not just dealing with one issue.
So I've developed a lot of services for homeless people, primary care services. So I run one particular GP service that is a GP service, but what we found is a lot of people coming with addiction problems. But they're the effects of addiction. They were coming with abscesses, they were coming with HIV, with hepatitis C. I had people injecting into their infected abscess in their groin. And so we felt we couldn't, just as GPs, not provide treatment for the addiction. So we provide, as well as providing GP service, we provide opiate substitution, benzodiazepine and alcohol detox services. And the fundamental principle on which all the staff in our practice work from is, and excuse, I'm going to use bad language here, but it's the language of my clients, and it just best describes this. We believe in what's this triple oppression, or I prefer to call it the triple fuck, where we actually, as a society, we have created poverty. And by creating poverty, we fuck people over. The second thing we do is we then, this is the most invidious thing, we blame them for the effects of that poverty. We blame them for being poor. You didn't get up early enough in the morning, it's your fault. But also we blame them for behaviours. All the evidence shows that addiction is caused by poverty. I ask students, how many of you know someone who's on heroin and might get, out of 100, you might get 10. Many of you know someone who's died, you might get 1. You go to an inner city primary school and you ask that same question and everybody will say it. So we blame them for the effects of poverty that we caused. And the third focus is that we then criminalise them in the justice system, and in the medical system we treat them like addicts. And so that to me is, and the reason how that affects, all my staff operate that from reception to thing. So we then try and be most welcoming to the people who are most behaviourally challenging, because they're the ones who are going to die young. So the best way is to give you an example is a few months ago, a patient was in our surgery. We very rarely this happens. We manage behaviours by talking people down. We don't try and bar people. We don't try and give out to people. We talk them down. A few months ago, a guy was in there with his partner and child, and someone, the father told the child not to do something in a loud voice. And one of the other clients said, relax, leave him alone. That client lost it and went to go attack that guy. We managed to get him out. He kicked in our door. He attacked someone on the street, and then the police came and take him. And I was really proud because a week later, my staff, Tommy and John, came and said to me, Austin, we think we can work with that guy. And we actually got him in the following week. We brought him in at the end of the clinic. We started him on a benzo detox, and now he is on a residential program. So that's the principle. We try to be most welcoming to those most marginalised, and they're the ones who are most behaviourally challenging.
And I should say that that very colourful phrase has in fact appeared in a medical journal. Therefore, if we can justify its use today. Anna, I want to just chat to you. I know you're nodding furiously in agreement with Austin. However, can I bring you back to a question that was really just picking up from the audience earlier? And it's about the evolution of our services. You know, Ireland kind of gets special plaudits, not just here, but across Europe because of its community-led approach. But the evolution of our service has perhaps led to this mismatch and at times an unease between the community and the state sectors. Can you maybe just talk us through how it is we've got that very strong grassroots but there's a disconnect, some people feel, between that and the state response?
No, thanks, Derval. And the reason you get to do the evolution, the history bit, is because you're old and you've been around a long time. So, but I was nodding furiously there at what Austin was saying. Because again, I know, and this is the question that's been coming up all the time, like you've heard about so much work going on around so many different issues and brilliant work being done by people, and yet, as the chair has been emphasising all the time, we're in this really, really bad place at the moment, really, really bad situation, and we need to change things. And our view, very, very clearly, and this is what Austin was talking about, our view is that the reason we are failing is because we are not addressing the underlying causes. And that's the really clear link between drug-related harms and poverty. That was there back in the 80s when communities first started responding to the drug problem. It's still there today.
It was very protective. It was sort of a pushers out. It was a very, that was the initial community response, where that grassroots came from.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's been a huge just learning experience. I mean, for the background to it, I mean, I'm going back to Citywide was set up in 1995, and I suppose what happened there in the 80s, as you say, Derval, the first kind of community response to the drugs issue was around that very the drug, you can understand it in a way, okay, I know we look back on it now and we see the negative side, but this was something totally new. Like, nobody in Dublin knew what this heroin was, and they'd seen it in TV shows from the States, but nobody, so it was kind of logical for people to think, okay, if we get rid of the drug, we get rid of the problem. We believed that back then because we were naive and we didn't understand it. So that's where the focus was. But what was interesting in the 90s then, and it was part of the reason Citywide was set up, all that was repeating itself in the 90s. Because the problem had, in the 80s, it was kind of concentrated in particular areas, but by the 90s it spread to all of the communities that were affected by poverty across Dublin and were experiencing a severe heroin problem. It had spread out in the suburbs, Blanchardstown, Clondalk, right across the city. And again, the street campaign started, so we had the marches, we had people being named, all of that. But again, some of the community leaders came together and said, look, we did this 10 years ago, and here we are again. And they began to realise what we are doing is turning on ourselves as a community. No way, not doing that anymore. We have to do this together as a community. People who use drugs, families and the wider community, we're all in this together. And let's turn our focus on the people who really have responsibility for this, which is the politicians and the government departments and the agencies. So that changed the nature of our campaigning then. So that was in the mid-90s. And already at that stage, it's really important to say this, even while all the campaigning was going on, communities were already taking practical steps to set up services because they had to. People were dying, there was no option. And several of the community drug services, which are now, and you've heard from some of them over the last weekend and this weekend, they were just set up on the ground, no money, nothing. People set them up because they were just desperate, they had to do it. And the model for the task forces, that was started in the community. Some of the community reps in the north inner city just went to the statutory agency and said, please come in, join us.
So it means those agencies have had to sort of form, it's like an iterative thing, they've had to form a relationship together, and probably we're still dealing with the legacy of that. It was really interesting, Joe, listening to Nicola and Daniel earlier, you know, talking about how recovery is not a process, an event, and Nicola was talking about what it's like to come back and to be a parent again, to be a partner again, to meet people at the school gates, whatever it is. But I wonder, do we, those people who are lucky maybe for their communities or their families not to be touched by addiction, do we have any clue really about the impact that it has on families?
No, I don't think so. You know, the focus is always on the substance misuser. And I've been an addiction counsellor for many years. I have a lot of empathy for people who use substances. There's always a trauma behind it. There's always a devastating story. But with every substance misuser, there's a mother, there's a father, there's a brother, there's a sister, there's nieces, there's nephews, there's children, there's aunts, there's uncles. And in some cases, even the neighbour that knew them since they grew up in nappies are really impacted by a person's substance misuse, to the stage where even more impacted than the person using substances themselves. When you're using substances, obviously you're preoccupied, you need to get your substances, you're focused on that, and then you're sedated while you're on them. The family are not. 24/7 they're dealing with this. There's no break from it. There's no holiday from it. It's Christmas. They're dealing with it at weddings. They're dealing with it at communions. They're dealing with it at confirmations. They're dealing with it at you know, Christmas Day, New Year's Day. And the emotional trauma that they go through is relentless, and it doesn't stop. And of course, there's so much stigma and shame out there that through our own research, one of the barriers attending is feeling emotionally ready. So they will go on with this for years. We've had people come into our service, and I've had your information for 2 years. I knew you were here, I pass every day, and they just couldn't come in and face it, you know. So the impact, and that's just general impact from the family. Then you have drug dealers. Then you have the person that maybe has mental health issues as well, and they're trying to get dual supports and they can't get them anywhere because there's a professional snobbery in some ways between the mental health services and the community services, and they don't seem to join up that well. So even when a person goes into recovery, the parents, the family members are still left worrying, are they going to use again? Are they going to make it through the treatment centre? When they come out, what am I going to do about it? So they'll tippy-toe around, you know, what's going on, and they'll focus on the substance misuser, because if he or she is okay, I'll be okay. But it's bullshit, right? Because the trauma that they have lived with for many years is left unresolved. So they hide it from everyone, you know. The pain that they've went through. Some cases they may have already lost a child through substance misuse. They're holding that bereavement. There may have been generations of trauma if you grew up in disadvantaged areas. They're dealing with all that trauma. There's no focus on them. So what we do in the North Star is solely work with the families affected by, and of course they'll come in, fix him and her, and I'll be fine. What about you? Who's minding you? How are you dealing with the conflict of all the family members telling you what you should do? How are you dealing with the fact that your daughter is now sex working? How are you dealing with the fact that you just passed your son begging on the street because he can't come into your house anymore? You know, the reality is, I want my son to go to prison so he doesn't die. I know where he is, I can go to sleep.
It is brilliant. I was speaking to one mum over the break who's talking about the hypervigilance, you know, that constantly needing the phone by the bed, and if you don't answer it, wondering, is it hospital, prison, something worse? You know, that panic and fear that the families live with. And we heard it very much so at the last weekend about kinship care, about the impact of drug deaths, and whilst recovery is very much about the individual, Austin has said some people never make it into recovery, but what about the recovery of families?
That's one of the issues, and as I said, we started, like Anna was saying, organically in the community about 25 years ago. And, you know, like Joe was saying, that initially families were coming in crisis to help fix their loved one from drug use. That's what they wanted. They weren't thinking about themselves. So really that process, and we work from community development principles, so, which is very important to us, and that's why we started. So family members are involved in the process of all of what we do. So it's peer family support is what we do. So families do come and share those experiences, whether, you know, a dual diagnosis, kinship care, bereavement, all of those issues, and they share their experience and they learn, but they learn about looking after themselves, importantly, because they come to realise that if I look after myself, I'm better able to support your loved one. But just in terms of the recovery, and it's interesting, you know, over the years, we've tried to work on what the issues were coming up for family members. Frustration of navigating systems that were barriers were up to them. Systems that don't consider that this is a family issue, that they're dealing with the client. So where we would have worked with families in terms of workshops and all of that, learning about reclaiming the family, reclaiming it back from the drug use, because being identified as a drug using family, there were more than that. There were people getting on with their lives, they were going on with their education, and this issue of drugs were still the most important. And then they were looking at, you know, supporting the recovery of their substance users and all of that process. But, you know, as we went on in the few years, and the last few years has been just so inspiring as well, because families, you know, it was like light bulb moments going on, because families realised, well, we have to recover. We have to recover from all this conflict, all of this trauma that we've been through, possibly for 10, 15 more years. And so
and for some
we looked at what would that
intergenerational.
mean for, what would that look like for a whole family recovery approach?
Austin, you've heard the Assembly. They are very, very keen for solutions and answers, and kind of specifically what can be done. So if there are good pockets of good service provision, if there are some pockets of good policy, what is it that is missing? What is not working in your view?
I have 6 things. First thing is, I think we have to recognise as a society, if we're going to maintain the inequality, that we're going to always have drug addiction, because it's inequality creates it, and we're only fishing down the river, we're downriver. Second thing is, we need to make all our services trauma informed. There are fantastic services out there, but there are also services that tend to be punitive in the way they treat drug users, people who use drugs. And we need to get away from that, recognise trauma as a root cause, and have all these services trauma informed. Thirdly, we need to make sure that I'll give you a story. I had a young 24-year-old girl come up to us who became homeless because there was no methadone treatment services in her hometown in the Midlands. She came up to us, she had a 4-year-old daughter, and we discovered she was a very eloquent woman, lovely woman. We discovered that she had left her hometown. We said, we would get you back there. We got her a pharmacy, got her onto methadone treatment, and we tried to get a GP. There's 15 to 20 GPs in that town to take her on. No GP would take her on for opiate substitution treatment. So we would see her every 2 weeks to give her scripts. After 9 months, we didn't realise she'd come up and stay in a hostel the night before. After 9 months, she came up and stayed in the hostel, was violently sexually assaulted. She ended up in the street due to that trauma and died of an overdose a week later. If a GP had taken her on for treatment in that hometown, she would be alive and her daughter would have a mother. And I just think that's disgraceful. I think we have to ensure that people take responsibility locally, that you don't have to leave your local area to get services. A diabetic wouldn't have to go, and a diabetic is less likely to die than a person who uses drugs. The fourth thing I think we need to do is to make sure that there's too many services that are very specific to drug use. I believe drug users, they don't attend services, so they will not take care of their health. So I think when you go to a service where you're just treated for your addiction and you're not given your GP care, you're not given other services, mental health care, that's wrong. You need to have a one-stop shop where you address your GP care, your drug addiction, your housing needs, your employment needs. And I think we need to get away from, I come from a background of disability where we were segregated into rehab, and we have segregated drug addiction. Fifth thing is, I think it might be the sixth thing, I have 7. Sixth thing is we need to destigmatize drug addiction, drug users, people who use drugs. They are the most stigmatized group, and we need a campaign to say these are human people who have suffered trauma and they are self-healing by using drugs. I believe people take drugs.
But do we view categories of drug users differently?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's people who, I'm obviously talking about the people who use,
hazard?
yeah,
Yes,
there is a moral
I think
hazard.
we're speaking
absolutely.
about a very
And take
specific
that.
group.
Can I have one last point, because there's one group I really feel sorry for, and it relates to families, is the saddest thing I experience in my work is I have to report when a drug user's mother often has relapsed on drugs to the TUSLA, and then they lose access to their children. And then I have to deal with a woman who her sole desire is to take care of her children. And I have to deal with the devastation. There are no services for mothers who use drugs, who lose their kids, because that's because we blame them. We say it's your own fault for using drugs, and I see them fall apart. And then we're saying to them, bring in clean drug screens so they can get access to your children, but they're falling apart because they've lost their children. I think it's one of the most inhumane things I've ever witnessed in my life.
It certainly is. Anna, I just want to chat to you. I was interested in listening to Noel earlier from Salter talking about the recovery campus that they're building actually in cooperation with the state, to have a full wraparound of services. But if our model is going to be one of grassroots and the state trying to respond together, if we don't want to lose that grassroots and hand it over to a full state response, how is that going to evolve, or what's not working to maximise both?
I think it's very simple, straightforward, and I think that you guys here in the Citizens Assembly, you'll get this, because you've heard from the people with lived experience over last weekend, and the power, the power of hearing those stories, and the value of that expertise. That is expertise. We don't call it that, but God, it is expertise. You know the value of that because you've been here and you're part of the process. And what the commitment was given to us in 1996 through the Rabbit Report, when the partnership between the state and communities became official policy, the commitment that was given is that you will be involved in the decision making, and that is absolutely key. You can be invited to all kinds of things, to give your views, to say your piece. If you are not there when the decisions are made, then that is not real partnership. We did have that at one time. We don't have it now. We need to go back to that.
Why do you think it slipped?
I think, well, the reason that was given for it was that drug use now affects people from all walks of life, not just people in disadvantaged areas there, so we don't need that focus anymore. And we all know, of course we all know, people from all walks of life use drugs. We know that and can develop a problem. Not everyone develops a problem, but there's absolutely no logic. You're trying to work through the logic. So because more people are using, we stop focusing on the underlying causes that cause the worst harms. There isn't any logic in that. And I think, if anything can come, really strong message needs to come from yourselves, because you've listened to the people with the lived experience. You have to be back there in the decision making. And the other thing I think is crucial as well, because we've talked, the stigma is a huge issue, and we use the word stigma, and we really underestimate how, on a day-to-day basis, it really impacts people. And we have obviously stigma of people who use drugs and their families, but also whole communities are stigmatised. They're already stigmatised because of poverty, but they are now stigmatised as well because of drugs. And they know that. They are not stupid people. And it was only yesterday I was thinking about it when the figures for the deaths came up, which are always really hard to hear. And it's one of the things people talk about locally, because there's one actually on this week in one area. In a lot of local areas, there are now some form of monument in a public place that's a monument to all the people who've died. A lot of the areas have services, and there's one on this week in one area, services to remember people every single year. There's more people. A huge number of young people, premature deaths, and the key thing people keep saying is this would not be allowed to happen in other areas. And that says everything. That says everything. And we shouldn't. and we all know it's true. So the stigma, and again, it's agreeing with Austin. I'm like your best fan here today, but I totally agree. Like the stigma, we have to take it seriously. We've been involved in doing a lot of work around the stigma, but it's kind of almost seen like, well, that's a nice thing to be doing. Stop. It's fundamental. The stigma of poverty combined with the stigma around drugs is soul destroying for people. And again, 100% have to say, the criminalisation, you cannot do anything more stigmatising to a human being than say you are a criminal. Judgment writ large. It is not saying,
it is something that has
and I know it's coming up at the next session, but I think
it's just said it's something that has come up through obviously the whole course of the conversations that we've been having with the Assembly since the outset. But Joe, Anna really laid down the kind of the gauntlet there. She says, here's what you're not getting. So if you were to speak to the Assembly and tell them, here's what you're not getting, or here's what's not working, what is it?
Well, there's not joined up thinking. For one, even when the person goes into recovery, then there may be mental health issues either brought on by substance misuse or it was there all the time to cause the substance misuse. So then the family are now focusing on this. They're trying to go with the person to get them, the supports they need, and they can't get them, right? Because there's just not joined up thinking there. But what's not working is, I think there's a real lack of understanding, for one. There's a real lack of understanding of trauma right across all sectors. People don't understand it. They look at people with substance misuse with that judgment and a lot of, well, you make choices, you do what you do. That is absolutely ridiculous. It's not true. So I think if we can come from a health-led place of compassion and curiosity as opposed to judgment and shame, people will come forward more. They won't stay in secrecy for longer. And I do think even, from the funding perspective and the resources perspective, there's no joint up thinking whatsoever. So if you're in an area and you have a good relationship with the person who gives the funding and they're batting for you, you'll get a bit more. So we have quite a lot of services in Limerick City. They're all there. But if you go into North Tipperary or Clare, there's no services, or there's a handful. The problem there then is they're meant to come into Limerick to get the resources. Sure, they don't have cars. There's no transport. There's no way of getting in. So what are you doing? You're relying on the family to bring you in. Of course, the family then are bringing in, so that means I might miss picking up a child from school, or it means I can't go to work that day. So the logical solutions to help families recover, including the person who's using substances, are not there. The simple stuff.
We heard yesterday, Brady, about how important it was to have the user at the heart of service, provision, service delivery and design, and as well as the policy. To what extent do families need to be at the centre of that design process, for want of a better phrase?
Absolutely, and I suppose it's identified in the existing national drug strategy, that service users, families and communities be involved in all the decision-making process. We don't see that happening. It's definitely not, as Anne said, that partnership approach that they're going to the experience of people who are most affected by it. How will we measure it through the lens of the actions, through the lens of those affected by the problem? And how could we measure how successful that approach is? That's not happening. So the other thing, I suppose, for us, and Joe mentioned it there, we cover in the southeast, our network covers 5 counties. There are big rural populations in those areas. We're not seeing the level. So what level of supports are needed in that big geographical area? And the same in the northeast family support network. Big community areas, but we're not measuring what level of supports are needed. There might be a good level of support in one county and total lack of that support in the other. Rural populations have been overlooked, to be honest with you. When we started, we were told drug use, there's nothing outside, heroin is not outside Dublin. So that was the response that we were getting. So we had to go and do it for ourselves, basically, and then the services start catching up. So we're not being involved, and the level of support is not equal across the country. That's something that definitely would have to be looked at. And again, the issue of stigma, we find, particularly in rural areas, it's huge. Small communities, small villages, want to pretend that there's nothing happening, and yet everyone knows there's people dying from in the streets. In one community, we had someone actually dying in the street. So That's the reality for small communities, and it's very hard to, so we do need that culture change. We need to look at it differently, and if we stigmatise and that moral judgment, we're not going anywhere. We really do need to change that approach.
We've got about 25 minutes for questions, but just before, so have all of your questions ready, but I just wanted to ask Austin, you know, sometimes when people look back, because I'm detecting a little bit of frustration, you know, today, and sometimes we look back and go, when the state wants to move, it can. We nationalised our banks overnight to deal with a huge financial crisis. We look at the COVID response, and we look at other things, and I think that the scale of the problem is so acute, and yet we think, well, why can't we do sort of that kind of response? Is it because it's more complicated? Is it because recovery is a process, not an event? Is it because of the complexity of addiction, or is it a lack of political will? If, as we say, we've all of these pockets of good experience and good expertise, but what's the missing link?
When I was involved in the COVID response, I was the COVID lead for the homeless area. We had actually probably the best international response to COVID, and homeless people had a less rate of COVID infection than the general population. And they moved heaven and earth to do that. They actually got accommodations. Suddenly we got accommodation for homeless people. They were able to get their own door accommodation people. We got waiting times for addiction treatment overnight slashed from around 12 weeks to 3 days. We got harm reduction services in and out. We achieved a huge amount in a short space. So I think it can be done. It's just it needs to be the attitude change. Yes,
and that attitude change, it's, you know, we can say it's politicians, it's the political class, but is there also, Anna, not a huge societal challenge to change that, because that destigmatisation exists in the general population, especially those who are fortunate not to be living in some of those areas that have real social and economic deprivation.
Absolutely, Dermot, it's crucial. I would think that not just because I'm here, the Citizens' Assembly is absolutely crucial. The work you're doing is absolutely crucial, because I think Austin mentioned the word moral judgment. We've had a long history in Ireland of social policies based on moral judgment, and they've all been disastrous, and they've all had more of an impact on people who are poor than on people who are not. And we've, through the Citizens' Assembly process, we've managed to bring about just fundamental change, and I would hope we will do the same, that we will take the idea, because and Austin said it earlier, it's when you're in the moral judgment space, somebody is doing something bad, it shapes everything. Everything comes in then under the umbrella of some sort of a punishment. We have to be disapproving, and it's hugely dishonest as well. And I think, like, obviously the issue about people across all levels of society use drugs, and again, obviously people who, from more affluent areas, they can develop a problem with addiction, and nobody's understating that. But the moral judgment that's fundamental to our policy comes from the fact that it's mostly poorer areas that are affected, and I think nobody's benefiting. And you know, we have a lot of people involved in our networks who are from more middle class areas now. And it's an interesting thing, actually, the politicians say to us when they're knocking on doors, you know, as they do all the time, they say they're aware that there are people behind those doors in more middle class areas, and there are drug problems, and the silence is absolute.
It's a different type.
But it's because it's getting back to the shame that goes with it.
It's a different type of censorship.
This doesn't happen to people like us. This doesn't happen to families like us. This doesn't happen in areas like us. And that's an awful place for those people to be in, because they're made to. So it's serving nobody, shame, blame, criminalisation, punishment for something that we describe as.
And I suppose that speaks to the complexity.
Like, come on, seriously. So sorry, I'm getting a bit.
No,
I think the Citizens' Assembly, I think this is a starting point, because nobody has all the answers, but you've got a starting point and fundamental changes around hopefully around criminalising people use, but the broader, as we've all been saying, the people who really are living with this, who know what it actually means in practice, get them back in the decision-making process. It can be done. We've done it in the past, and it didn't cause a revolution.
And I think the challenge for this assembly is that where some previous ones have been about binary issues, yes or no, what do you recommend? You have the whole complexity of recommendations to consider, which I think is the really unique challenge of this one. But we're going to go to some questions. Again, I will take them in 2s and 3s. Anything that we don't get to, we'll get to the Secretariat. And yes, I do have a list of questions from the previous session that people still want to get to. I started over here the last time, so I'm going to go to Table 8, Table 14, and I think Table 12 as well. So we'll do 8, 12, 14, and then we'll take Table 11 on after that.
So I just found what this assembly, what the panel said about sort of the relationship between like drug users and wider society. Like it almost kind of seemed like a relationship between like the has and the has-nots, or like you know, kind of rich and poor. Like, could you kind of maybe elaborate more on this? And furthermore, could this be extrapolated to include sort of other forms of stigmatization, such as ageism, ableism, or even possibly other like stuff like racism?
Absolutely, that's fantastic. So that is table 8. I think table 12 we have a question, and we'll just, sorry, Pam, we'll take them all together and then go to, so table 12. Was it table 12? No? 14. Was it there?
Sorry,
there
15.
We go.
Sorry, just for Austin, you're saying with your case example there about the young woman who ended up passing away, you went to, was that, sorry, 40 to 50 GPs and they wouldn't take her on. And I'm just wondering, is that because they're not trained to prescribe methadone, or is it just a choice that they don't want to treat somebody who's a drug addict?
That's superb. That's table 14. Okay, and then I had, let me see, was there one there, table 11? Did I see the gentleman there? Or table 14? Yep. Sorry, yeah, that gentleman, table 11, I did see you there early. Yeah, we'll take table 11 and then 14, or let's just see, this lady, we'll go for you.
This is a question for Austin. You said we have created poverty, and I believe that that goes to the heart of all of the problems. Can you just elaborate very quickly on what you mean by we have created poverty and how we've done it?
That's great. Now, table 11, this gentleman here, I was going to say with the green badge, but he's... Whoops.
Yeah, can I just, it's just a question about the stigma again, and hopefully this doesn't preempt the next assembly too much, but like all of the messaging that I'm personally hearing is about, you know, converting to a health-led approach and removing that stigma. And one of the things that I thought we would be doing at the assembly would be hearing, you know, different viewpoints about key issues like that. But there seems to be an absolute consensus that that is what we need to do. And I'm just wondering, how did we get to the point that we need a citizens' assembly to do that if that consensus exists? And is there some other viewpoint out there that we're not hearing as to why we're not doing that?
Okay, that's brilliant. I want to go on that and then I'll take the rest. On that sort of, Breda, I'm going to go to you on the isms question, which is that, and perhaps Joe might help out as well here, is that discrimination is not one label, it has many, many layers. And we heard very powerfully from the members of the Traveller community at the last weekend, where they talked about the internal oppression within their communities, not to mention all of the external oppressions that they're facing. But obviously when you start going into women, to people of colour, perhaps people who are struggling with mental health or other abilities, their challenge is even more profound, and the stigma probably even more profound. It's much harder to get out of.
It's really ingrained, it seems, in our society when you think about it. And even the language that we use to describe is derogatory language. And we can dehumanise and humiliate people by the language that we use. So we would see that an anti-stigma campaign is looking at the language that and we can change that. That is changeable, but it needs, you know, a campaign to do it. I think society will, you know, has to look at itself as well and how we're stigmatising people, and it creates a huge barriers. And some sections of society have multiple issues to deal with, and we're further stigmatising people. So I believe we can do it. It can be a very positive thing to do if we do it at a national bit, but the will needs to be there, and approaches do matter, Derville. I think, you know, even in terms of the families, whole family approach, what would that look like? What would that mean for service across the board, across the 4-tier services that we're talking about? You know, so it would mean clustering around the whole system of the family and all of those issues. That would be a sustainable impact, and would, I believe, and we believe in our network, that it would impact and break the cycle very often of generational.
And Joe, just on that, because the individual can be stigmatised, the family can be stigmatised, entire communities can be stigmatised, and I suppose the point I was trying to make earlier is that the whole question of how do we break the stigma is a question for all of us, especially those who are privileged not to have encountered addiction or to have enough, what Johanna described as that, that capital, that social capital. And I actually did have a question earlier from another table who were saying, why aren't we looking at this the other way about the growing opportunities when we get people, including families, to recovery in both a social and an economic sense. But how are we going to change the conversation?
I think society is influenced by the media and social media and the language that's used on it. Those derogatory terms, let's call them what they are. You call people junkies, you call them crackheads. They're people's children. They're their loved ones, they're their fathers and their mothers. And we use language like that, and that's what we hear. So, we can influence people to change their opinions on the language they use, but more than that, to understand. And if you can be curious to ask yourself, well, why did their life end up that way? What happened from the time they come out of their mother's womb to the person that's standing in front of you, said that this is what they thought are the best decisions they could make at that time? Have a bit of humanity in you and be curious about a person's situation as opposed to judging them. And this is a small population of people in Irish society, but thankfully the discussion around drugs and the interest of drugs, it's kind of a two-prong. We have a strong cocaine epidemic in this country right now. So a lot of people from all different levels of society, all different areas, are now feeling the effects of substance misuse within their family. So they're changing the script. Now they're seeing it from real experiences, and well, my loved one's not an addict, my loved one's not this, So they've started to create a bit more compassion now. So there's a lot more people interested in substance abuse, why people use drugs. So on a very negative situation, what's happening, there's a real positive, because people now are being a lot more empathic towards other people because they're feeling it for themselves. Sadly, that's the way it is. But if you can just educate people on the nature of addiction, of what happens for people in addiction, what happens for the family and what they're going through, we'll be less judgmental, we'll be more understanding, hopefully more compassionate. And if we can do that, then people will come forward a lot sooner and look for supports because they move away the judgments. Sadly, what happens, especially if it's parents who have a loved one in addiction, they're already judging themselves. They don't need you to point the fingers at them. They're already, what did I do wrong? Could I have done something different? Was it my fault? If only I had done this. They're already beating themselves up with a major stick. They don't need society to compound on that. What they need is compassion and understanding, and to be informed that they're not alone.
And of course, the experience that we've had actually with the previous assemblies is that they have helped change the national conversation on a range of issues. Austin, you go to the top of a taxi rank and the taxi has to take you. If you're a barrister down in the law library, you have to take the client that presents to you. Why do GPs get to pick and choose and say no to people like that woman who sadly wasn't able to access services?
It's an excellent question. I'm absolutely clear it's stigma, and I'll tell you why. It only takes a half-day's online course to actually train up to do methadone treatment. And one GP had done that, they could have taken them on. On another occasion, I went to another Midlands town where it wasn't 40 to 50 in that town, there was only between 15 and 20. There's another town I went to where there was around 40 GPs, and I was asked to come down to give a talk on treatment of people who use drugs. And I turned up and not one GP turned up. Now, that could have been because they didn't want to listen to me, but I'm pompous enough to think that I'm not a bad speaker, and I think it was pure due to discrimination and drug and stigma. I'm absolutely clear it's the stigma that is stopping. They don't want to be seen as the drug-using practice. That's what I think. And I mean, I have over 60 people. I have a general practice as well, of which I have over 60 people, and I treat middle class, people from areas of deprivation in that. And we don't have any issues. There is no problems. They integrate. They're treated like normal patients. That, to me, is the ideal. Most people who use drugs, who are stable, should be treated in the community, not in addiction clinics. They should be treated by GPs, same as anyone else. And it's only
So
stigma.
is there a huge challenge in your own profession amongst GPs and other health professionals to change the stigma? Should the leadership come from that?
I absolutely think that for the first thing, I think there's certain things you can absolutely do. I do think, I'd always believe you don't blame people. If you're not going to blame people who use drugs, who you're working with, you can't blame the people who have the stigma, because basically it's a societal thing. But I think there's certain practical measures. So first of all is we train young GPs in practice, in GP practices. I would say to the ICGP, make sure that if you have a GP in a training practice, if they don't treat people who use drugs, they shouldn't be a training practice. And that would actually change attitudes, because people want GP trainees and they'd start training and providing drug treatment services. So that's the first thing I do. But I also, as the ICGP and the medical council, would work on ensuring that they are treated the same as anyone else has a health problem. If you have diabetes, you are less likely to die than if you use drugs. And I just think we need to see it that that's the effect of on your health of using drugs.
It's probably a different question. Should it be an essential part of all GP training? An absolute
No,
precondition?
absolutely.
Perhaps of that. I want to take a few more questions from this side of the room. So I've got table 6, I have table 9, and if there are any other hands up, we can get to them. We have just we've not about 10 or 12 minutes. So where did I say? Is it table 10? Or table 6, sorry, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's so insightful and heart-rending to hear all of you who care about these individuals. And as a member of the Assembly, I came in here in a very privileged situation. And I have 2 teenagers, and you have changed my thought process completely about drugs and about the future of this country. And I just want to thank you all for that. But I want to ask Dr. Austin there, yesterday we had the Anna Livia project visit, and a couple of us went out and we sat in the bus and we chatted. And Tony was absolutely wonderful, and his care and thought process for the people on the streets. And I'm just thinking about what you said there about that poor girl who couldn't access methadone in the Midlands. He said to us yesterday, a solution, or one of the solutions for this, could be to roll out that model all around the country so that that poor girl could have went and got her methadone from the, it's more like an ambulance than a bus, I don't want to be calling it a bus, but he's looking for that model to be rolled out around the country, and he wants methadone treatment to be included in that. Do you see that as a solution?
Okay, we're going to hold off just on answering until I go. I think, is it 1 or 2 questions over this side of the room as well?
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, it's just, I think Breda and Anna were talking earlier on about the collaborative decision making and the partnerships it's actually part of the national drug strategy, but it's just not being used, and that must be incredibly frustrating for you guys. And I just want to know, who do we hold accountable for that? Like, we can make all these strategies, but who actually pays attention at the end to see that they're being followed through?
That's great. And I don't know if there was another one at that side of the room. Not too sure. I'll go to you just on that one, Anna, is that obviously when we were talking the way our model has evolved, it is a partnership model, it is grassroots, it's the states, they're both perhaps trying to find a way. Sometimes there's an uneasy peace, sometimes it could be full-blown tension, who knows, but how are we going to make the best use of those strategic partnerships? And if it's not working, who is held to account? Is it a single department? Is it whole of government? Is it a political will? Or is it an ownership question? Is it an ownership question? Who owns it?
I suppose the most honest answer is there's a lot of political will to it. It's very hard when you're outside, say, the public service system to see where you can get accountability, and it's very hard. I mean, I think yesterday there was a mention of the Taoiseach's department having I think it was a ministerial committee, I can't remember exactly.
Kind of like what we did through other emergencies, maybe the Department of Taoiseach or somebody else takes sort of ownership to show this is where this sits or resides.
In our experience, that does make a difference, because in the earlier days, the Taoiseach's department was very actively engaged, and it does make a difference because they have an authority over other departments. I think that definitely would be a
and what happens
positive.
when governments change?
But we're absolutely, and we find it frustrating because, as Breda said, the words are like. Because some of you know, if you went and read some of the drug policy documents, the national strategy, you'd say that one doesn't know what she's talking about because it's all written here. Yes, it is written. We have more. We have strategies, policies, documents. It's all written there. They've taken our language, which is one of the most frustrating things, and it's written down there. And it is very hard for us to see how you hold anyone accountable. There's a couple of things.
Is it like an ombudsman style thing? So we have, ombudsman type system, maybe whether it's for policing or children. Is it somebody coming in saying this is the entity that oversees it all?
I mean, it should be very straightforward. If you have a strategy, things are written down, and it should be very straightforward at the end of the year or end of a particular time. You can actually say, are these being implemented? But again, it's back to, and it's who decides, because we do get reports back, and there's kind of a traffic light system that's often used by government departments to say, well, we're, at what stage they're at, green, or what's the middle one, green, orange, or
amber, red, or green.
I can't even remember. But the problem again is the assessment is made generally by the agency. So that's back to, can we have the voices of the people most affected at every level? So it's a joint assessment. It's not just the lead department who's writing up the report, this is our progress. So again, it's the crucial, but every level, I suppose, we should have the voices in is probably what I would be saying there. Because there's no simple solution. There's a lot of these things, there's no simple solution. But definitely if you had people with lived experience actually in as part of the assessment of the progress.
And also, it's not like a business where you can go key performance indicators, having success. We're dealing with human beings at the end of the day. But to that question, just about how innovative you can be in your responses. Like, I mean, that notion is a sort of a mobile services that you're able to go to where people need it. Do we need to redesign our service delivery to avoid the fatalities, one of which you described, but just those missing gaps, mindful of what we heard in the earlier discussion, how the gaps are profoundly costly to the individual in terms of relapse or worse?
So first of all, I work very closely with Anna Liffey. They're the key workers who work in my service, and Tony is actually one of my best friends. So I think they're an amazing organisation, as many organisations who work in this sector are. They're fantastic organisations. And someone asked, we're all given the key message. That's because we all work with the clients, and we all have the same belief that they're being stigmatised. So about the mobile unit, I set up a mobile health unit for homeless people, so I'm a big fan of mobile units. I think they're a temporary measure. I think it could work very well. I do believe, Anna has been saying it needs to be the community that responds. I believe it needs to be the community services, including GPs, that ultimately take responsibility for this. So while it's a useful measure while we're getting that into place, I think if I have a drug problem, if I have a diabetes, I go to my GP, I get my blood tests, I get my treatment. If I have a heroin addiction, I go to my GP, I get my methadone. If he helps me off it, fantastic. And I sit in the waiting room with every other patient because I have a health problem too. That to me is the ultimate. So I absolutely agree, innovative response to the thing, but I think the ultimate is integrated into the services in the community.
Maybe time for one or two. Yes, Breda.
Just in relation to the question around the structure. I believe, it's in the National Drug Strategy. We have people involved in those affected by the problem, involved in the planning and commissioning of services. But to do that in real terms and be effective, it takes a community development approach. That's how the lens that I look at it. And that can be a longer process.
Do you mean like community buy-in?
A community buy-in, but that process it can be a longer process because it takes time to get people on board and to get real stories and house and solutions. So very much services want quick fixes and they want to implement things or they want to move ahead, and so they're not buying into that process. It does need a change of process in how we're actually coming to solutions and how they can be really effective. And that, as Joanna has said, will provide sustainability in the long term. We have to look at it and have a different approach at this, because it's clearly not working, and buy into that whole a different type of approach at that level if we want it to be sustainable and effective in the long term, not just quick fixes, to be honest. Yeah. That's how we see it.
I want to see if there are any more questions. I have one for Joe, just picking up on a theme I think that's come up across the Assembly, which is an issue of class. How are we going to change the mindset and the conversation as in between the classes, those who have political capital and those who don't? How are we going to change the mindset? It was one of the questions that came up earlier, about how do we change the conversation, essentially, that by helping those who are drug users to get back into society and get back into the full of their health, that actually that will benefit the society and economy as a whole.
Stop segregation. Bring people together. We're all the same. Therefore, the grace of God, there go I. We're all the same, and if anyone is affected by someone's substance misuse, whether they have resources or not, they feel the same hurt. Yes, people have private resources and they will resolve it privately, and they'll go to counselling and they'll come out and they'll have a job set up for them and they'll have a car and they'll have all their stuff, and hopefully that would better recovery capital. Other people don't have that, but that pain, that fear, that anguish, that worry, everyone feels it's the same. And if we can just stop picking one side over another, or actually creating any sides and looking at it as a holistic approach that we're all going through as a country, as a nation, we might have a better outcome for people, you know, because it's part of the shame again. It's part of, well, it happens in that area, it doesn't happen in my area, you know. It happens in all areas, for every family. Drug use does not discriminate, right? And we're never, let's be honest, we're never getting rid of it. Right? Unless we create utopia where no one feels pain and hurt and are traumatized and are abused, we will always have drugs, because drugs are an effective way for a quick ease of that pain with long-term devastating consequences for the person using them and their families. But the fact is, it's here to stay. Let's be realistic about this. You know, there's a man that once says, I love the way he says it, you know, instead of sticking the hatchet into each other, let's stick it into the problem and resolve it. You know, it's communication. It's not, and having the drug user in the waiting room with everyone else, but also be mindful that drug user might be really traumatized and really struggling to sit there. Or also when they go to A&E and it's like, oh, they just left. They didn't just leave, they had to leave to get their substance. They had no choice, they had to leave. Or just wasted our time. They didn't waste anyone's time. They needed support at that time. The resources to give them to them wasn't there, so they left. Right?
Could I just pick up on sorry, just the question. Sorry, I'm being cheeky, Dermot. Just the question that was asked around the decriminalisation, and we all kind of are on the same page. And I think Austin answered well there, because we all see the impact of it. But I think it's a really good question, and just it's something for yourselves as members of the Assembly. I think the biggest difficulty we have in the public debate is everybody thinks it's a different thing. It's the language. So when we're saying decriminalisation of people, so we are saying the person who uses drugs should under no circumstances be a criminal. And our experience is, if you say it to the vast majority of people in that way, do you think someone should be a criminal because they use a drug? The vast majority of people say no, because clearly it doesn't make any sense. But what happens when we're just using the word, when the word is used in the media, it's often around the decriminalisation of drugs. And the main narrative we have in the media around drugs is drug gangs and feuds and bad people doing awful things. And the broader argument around drugs and the fact that we shouldn't criminalise people, it gets caught up in that media frenzy around the drugs trade.
And of course, it is very challenging, because we do have a very, very serious problem
and
with
I think it's about
organised crime.
Those.
And it is. And what was really interesting, I'm just going to wrap up now, Austin, just finish up with this, but what really came through very strongly from Nuno yesterday, he was saying that in Portugal, decriminalisation was a significant part of it, but it wasn't by no means the most significant, that essentially it was the structures, it was the access to services, it was the ability to divert, and the ability then to restructure services around that. So just, because I'm going to have to kind of close it out, if you're whatever, Minister, Taoiseach, whatever for a day, you've got a magic wand, what would you think would be one of the biggest things that would help change either mindsets or help the Assembly today come back with the tough task they have to do, which is actually to come up with reforms?
Well, first, I actually think a public campaign to destigmatise. Like, we've so many public campaigns about other things. Destigmatise, get people who use drugs out talking, and get them to realise they're humans, because that then paves the way to do the things you need to do, because it's a stigma that's stopping other. And then the second thing is, we need to make sure that let local communities take responsibility for the services for drug users, and people don't have to become homeless and come to Dublin or have to go outside their community. And the third thing is, I think, is that we need to be moved to a more trauma-informed approach, which is a more humanistic way, and take the punitive element out of services, because it still does exist. And some people still have this idea that somehow, you know, it's a black and white authoritarian thing. A lot of people don't, but there's still a number of people. We need to move away from that. And that's about changing visions and missions at the thing. So at a policy level, it's about adopting that as your vision and mission and promoting that.
Absolutely. Well, look, That is all we have time for. Any questions we didn't get to, you can communicate them to the Secretariat. But on your behalf, for Austin, Breda, Joe and Anna, thank you so, so much for all of your time, and I'll hand you back to the Chairman.
Thank you, Derval, and thank you indeed, Anna, Joe, Breda and Austin. Really powerful testimonies of your... Actually, what came through for me really strongly again, if it needed to come through again, but you all emphasised again the whole issue of marginalisation, stigmatisation, but in very real and practical ways with the people that you work with and deal with and advocate for. So thanks again for making a point so strongly. I'm also really happy that we've given really good attention in this session to the services, because a lot of the debate can be around the Assembly, not just at the Assembly, but around the Assembly, can be of the issue of criminalisation, decriminalisation, legislation, regulation. But we're really anxious as Assembly members we give the right time to the services and what's important for the services and what do you need. So I think you've helped in that regard really well to put it prominent in our thought process. And the last thing I just want to say, I said it yesterday again, but you know, we all just decide what we want to do in our career, but you know, people like yourselves, you know, are truly inspirational. You give not just your career, you practically give your life to advocate for people who are marginalised, and that's really powerful, and I just want to thank you for that as well. And if I can also, I know he won't like me for this, but I do just want to particularly say every now and then in all our careers you get to meet some great people, but every now and then you get to meet and work with some remarkable people. And I've had the privilege of working with Austin, Dr. Austin O'Carroll, who is a remarkable person. And I'm glad he gave the example about COVID, because when the message was, let's all stay at home, Austin was planning for people who don't have a home. And he put the wrap, you know, he said, we all get around. Actually, Austin got around. He put his arms around all of the services of the state and provided those services for people who didn't have them in a speedy way, and protected them when they're one of the most vulnerable people. But he puts himself out there in a very brave way for the communities who don't have a voice. So thank you, Austin. Okay, for the next 15 minutes or so, again, just dedicated to this session again, please, with your facilitators, just what can we start to think about making things better? Thank you. at their tables, please, and put away the whiteboards for now. We're back on live stream. Thank you. Can I ask the facilitators, please, to conclude a discussion at the table and take down the whiteboards? Thank you. Okay, everybody, if you can come back in, please. I'm going to call on tables in a reasonably random fashion to feedback. Can I get everybody's attention, please? Okay, I'm going to call on tables, and again, it's literally 1 minute. We've had, I think, more time to have at least an engaged deliberation at each table throughout these sessions. What I'm going to do now, each call on 3 tables again, 1 minute each, please, because we've 15 tables we need to get through, and it's just simply, please do feedback from us. You know, any key priority that jumps out to you at your tables over the course of this weekend that we need to put focus on. So I'm going to call in a random fashion. I'll call 3 tables in advance. So tables 5, 10 and 15, please. So table 5, please. And again, literally 1 minute, please, if we can. Table 5.
Now, so over the weekend we had a few points there. So the first one would be education, educational programs in schools. Kids need to be educated more on drugs in general, and be made aware of the harms. But not only that as well, the parents need to be educated as well, like to spot the signs. If kids or the parents know that they suspect something, they could probably have a better grasp of it and know what to do at that stage. As well as that, in schools there should be a permanent role, like a staff member, someone who is a health professional, a psychologist, spot the signs, you know, instead of that person having to go through that school or go through a couple of months without getting any help. The school could intervene, help out, and again, the parents could be also involved there. General investment in services across the country. More facilities, we can accommodate more people, especially professionals. We need more trained people in these facilities that can cope and that can tackle these issues that are happening.
Okay.
Just one last point, GPs services there in the country. If a GP is to refuse or not to take anybody on who's a drug addict or is seeking help, a letter of refusal should be issued to that person.
I'm sorry to cut you there. It's always great when you ask people for one thing and they give you really rich a few more. So no, listen, thanks, and it's really good feedback. Just on the issue of education, you've positioned very well a session that we will be having in September around prevention and education. But look, thank you very much. So table 10.
Right, I'm going to less than a minute. We have 2 recommendations about drug policies and practice must be above party politics and accountable to an independent oversight body. That's one. And the second will be the different department responsible for social capital offering will have targets that allow an oversight body to hold them accountable for health-related outcome.
Thank you very much, and 2 very strong points I think that did come through at the weekend, oversight, and I'm glad you picked up on the issue of social capital and how diverse that is beyond just health. Thank you. Table 15.
We had a well-funded national approach to coordinate a range of services accessible locally, and a big one for us was implementing existing programs and eliminating current barriers. For example, the diversion program, which has been developed 4 years ago and not implemented due to legislation.
And thank you again. Thanks for being prompt. And again, I think something that did come through was the issue about national and the power of local. And there are a lot of existing policies that need to be put into action. So thanks for that. Okay, can I call on tables 3, 8 and 13, please? Table 3.
So our discussion came to the conclusion of that the biopsychosocial model should be made a part of medical training, so possibly compulsory training for GPs.
Thanks, Hannah. And again, it's a very strong piece that came through from yesterday afternoon, and the power of it and the greater understanding of what it is and what it isn't. So thank you for that. Table 8, please.
We concur with Table 10 about the National Task Force with oversight and being a statutory body. We also would like to mention that the service providers in Ireland, we believe they should all adopt best practices and be incorporated together under the umbrella of the National Drug Task Force. And we believe one of the largest providers of help in Ireland, Cúnmara, haven't been mentioned here today, and we believe that all providers should be aligned and provide the same service as per best practice. And the last thing is, we believe under the task force should be included housing, health, education, employment, social services, and transparency around funding this support, that everybody knows where everybody is at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think that's interesting, because you've gone beyond just oversight. You're saying a task force to implement, etc. And we'll take good comments and note of that. And also the issue of alignment of services and building on best practice and rolling out. Thank you. Really good points. 13, please.
Yeah, most of what we have has been said already. We're looking for an expertise body that would be a steering committee with accountability over the whole process, with horizontal communication between all the bodies. No need to reinvent the wheel as such, because we have the expertise here, and it's just maybe expand and roll out these across the whole of society. Educate the GPs, a national destigmatization campaign, and the community in-place treatment and in-house treatment, and obviously a health-centred approach, and use all the schemes that we have. For example, there's CE schemes that work, and just expand these for people. Basically.
Really good point. And it's, often we think we have to come up with new ideas. I think what I'm coming through strongly from tables is scaling up some of what's in place and building up again. And again, the oversight that you've made a very strong point on again. Table 13. Oh, sorry, I've gone to 13, have I? Apologies. So 2, 7 and 12, please.
Excuse me. I think everything that has been said is we sort of agree with that there here as well. So the holistic approach from Dr. Joanna Ivers, the recovery capital, yesterday Dr. Foy with the biopsychosocial implementations, government accountability and transparency would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, it's good to see a level of reinforcement coming from the tables, accountability, oversight, again, coming through strong, and the models of care. Table 7.
Just from Table 7, again, like what everybody has been talking about, is the stigma side of things as well. And there has to be an overall approach on that stigma. It's horrific to hear about doctors as well, and basically doctors refusing these people and not training themselves in it for something. I think the doctor said a half an hour it takes for methadone to be learned. The other big one from our side was we would like to see about accountability already, about how much money is currently being spent on the mental health service. I know we spoke about it previously, but again, with all these splinter groups and with all these different organisations, maybe a suggestion would be to bring someone like the HSE in here and the chairman of the HSE, and basically be accountable for how much money is being spent on it, how much money is being spent on charities, because there's wonderful, these people are incredible people doing their job, but they shouldn't have to do that. It's, for God's sake, it's crazy to think that this isn't being done under the HSE. Sorry, Paul.
Not at all. Thank you very much. Don't apologise to me. Not at all, and thanks again. And look, I think the whole issue of the spend and the alignment of services at mental health, is it a spend on drugs, is a key issue that we'll have to come back to again, and the best use of government funds and priorities and accountability. So well made. Table 12.
Yeah, we have a lot of the same points about GP training, and there's a destigmatisation campaign currently running in Scotland, which might be similar campaign could be run here, might have an immediate impact. We were also looking at the methadone clinic overhaul, where what Nicola said, where she didn't have any care plans, so maybe as soon as someone comes in looking for methadone, that they get an immediate care plan and a caseworker over them, and then that will follow them through their treatment, hopefully. Just practically, and obviously an oversight body.
Thanks again, and again the whole issue of care plans and follow through, excuse me, and stigmatisation, how much it's coming through again in all of our sessions. So thank you for that. Can I go to table 1, 6, and 11, please?
So thank you to everybody who spoke to us today and yesterday. Of course, kind of great information for us, so thank you very much. A lot of talk at this table, and one of the first issues we talked about today was programmes for prisons. We hadn't kind of thought about that before, and that was quite interesting today, that there isn't a service or help in prison. The other thing that came up was the doctors' training. We were all a bit stunned with what Dr. Austin told us about how GPs don't necessarily take kind of drug addicts on board, and they don't see drug addiction as an illness, and we think that should be emphasised more. Other things we thought, a task force that kind of helped kind of collaborate all the services was vital, and really good funding I think is necessary as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Maeve. And again, the whole issue of prisons, actually we will come back to criminal justice, but I know your point was particularly around the services within prisons, and we should line up some speakers to talk and give us a better insight into that issue, which we know is a pretty big issue, and the oversight. Okay, table 6.
Yes, we really concur with what everybody else has been saying at their tables, which is a great advantage, for the room that we're all on the same table. But just one issue that we felt really strongly about is trauma. Trauma is the root of addiction, and this has to be recognised and the stigma removed. And then the other point that we didn't feel came up yet was just to change the whole issue from a judicial issue to a health issue. Thank you.
And thank you. And thanks for raising the issue of trauma again, because we've heard from all sessions so far, people who suffer early life trauma may use drugs to get some relief, may get into addiction, and then be criminalised. So it's an awful vicious cycle that happens. Table 11.
Thank you. We'd like to see radical changes in legislation and regulation across the board in order to remove the criminal element from the drug market. The tax revenue could be used to fund addiction support and for prevention strategies. We'd also like to see a high-level spokesperson to promote this approach with a massive public education campaign, and we think all of this will enhance the common good of society.
Thank you, and very well made points. The issues around criminalisation and redirection of resources, I think, is what you came through as well, and the public awareness and public education, very strong points. Table 4, 9 and 14, please.
We're reiterating points other people have made about sort of an interdepartmental approach, except for we like it tomorrow, please. We'd like it done immediately. We think it should be led by the Taoiseach. Under sort of, the point was made that the book has to stop with somebody. So we're talking about something maybe at a sub-cabinet level, and something that goes down through department level all the way down to frontline services. So integration at that sort of level that's resourced and timelined and comes from a social partnership model. So to make the point that I think it was Anna Quigley made, that when it's assessed, we have an independent assessment, but an assessment that's also done with all the stakeholders having an input in the assessment, so when the implementation is looked at, we can be assured of that accountability that other tables have said they'd like to see. And we would also like to see the voluntary and community sector equally resourced. So this staffing issue that they're having where they're losing staff, and not able to retain staff because of salaries, staffing benefits, that issue is also dealt with.
Okay.
And then also, as other tables have said, about methadone use, both in clinics and GPs, that there's an equal focus on stabilisation and recovery from the outset. This is for people that methadone isn't working for. For people it is working for, that's great.
Okay.
But for that section it's not working for. The idea that other people have said about a care plan and an equal focus on recovery and stabilisation.
Thank you. And again, I think the point you make is quite strong about urgency. You know, it doesn't have to wait for an assembly process to complete, but urgency is well made, and the power, I think, and influence and benefit of a voluntary and community sector is quite strong. So, well done. Table 9 and then table 14, please.
Yeah, so we've had similar thoughts as to the other tables, which is really validating and nice. One of is to destigmatise the topic and to decriminalise the person, give them the compassion and dignity that they deserve, and then to educate society in a broad level of things, including GPs, getting them trained up, harm reduction, and maybe have a media campaign with real faces to the data that we see.
Thank you. And again, education, prevention, public awareness, public communications coming through very strong and consistently, thankfully. Table 14, are we to the last table, but not least?
Thank you. We have proposed a model of an oversight committee which would be non-HSE, and it would be called Larry. If you want to know about Larry, ask Adrian. This body would be independent and depoliticised. It would oversee and be responsible for policy, coordination, and implementation. And at every level, there would have to be accountability. An example of such a body in the past was perhaps Bord Fáilte.
Thank you. And again, I know it's come very consistently up about oversight, and we will have time when we come to our recommendations and deciding our recommendations to define what that oversight is, because there's various flavours in the room, so Cabinet Committee or independent oversight or task forces. So we'll have a time to come back to that, but I think a consistent message is coming out about strong oversight. And as a person who's reported into Cabinet Committees regularly throughout my career, they are very powerful. They do get cross-government priorities. But let's come back to that and see what people really feel is the best proposal that we might make in that regard. So look, thank you very much for concluding on that session, and thanks very much for all of your engagement over the weekend. I just want to close with a few very brief closing remarks. First of all, in case I forget, I want to do the usual thanks to people who make all this happen. Not always behind the scenes, but mostly behind the scenes. First of all, to Darren and Lisa, our Irish Sign Languages people. I mean, all of us. We get a chance to draw breath and step in and step out. They don't for the whole weekend, so thank you very much, Darren and Lisa. Secondly, again, to the hotel, thanks very much. We know we felt very hot yesterday, but overall, I have to say, again, they give us a great service in terms of the timing, the efficiency, the quality of the meals. I hope you'll agree. And thanks to Matt and all of his team, the hotel. Indeed to Pi Communications, who look after all of our web broadcasting. It's quite professional if anybody ever has a chance to look in. It's well done, well designed, so thanks to Pi and Jerry and all of his team on sound who make it just seamless, but it works. To all our facilitators at the team, again, working with yourselves, giving a huge commitment, but working really well with us, and I want to thank them for it. And again, thanks to Cathal, Jerome, the team, and all of the team who are here. Not just who are here and the work they put in over the weekend, but I can vouch for them, after today, tomorrow's work, we'll be planning for the next session again. They're looking at me funny, but yes, it will. No, the preparation, the work they do in terms of planning and preparation and engaging with stakeholders. One of the hardest challenges they always face is, there could be a line of 200 people really want to come in here and present. And it's a difficult challenge to try to get the mix right and get people in who have a good spread and a good value. But look, thanks to the Secretariat, they do phenomenal work. And again, just to state all of the presenters who presented over this weekend, again, what I'm really impressed at, people really want to be part of this process, and every presenter who's been in here over the weekend, we try find kind of different models for different people. Some people are happy to come up to a podium and present in PowerPoint. Some people are not happy to come up to a podium and present in PowerPoint, and are more happy to have a facilitated discussion. So we have to allow that, and we have to understand that. So we try to find a mix, not just that suits ourselves as an assembly, but suits the individual contributors. But all of the contributors have all come up to me individually after every session, and just feel they're feeling privileged to be part of this process. I know we are, but they're equally feeling very privileged to be part of it, and they're very enthused, and they're very interested and very engaged about how our deliberations might go. So thanks to all of the contributors over the weekend. So look, finally for myself, just a few closing comments, take away from myself. As we said at the start of yesterday morning, we were going to focus on policy and services, and we will have a detailed discussion in September now around the whole issue of criminal justice, legislation, criminalisation, all of that complex agenda, and we are working on that already. But we did give I think we did justice, you did justice to discussions and the deliberation on the policy issues and the service issues, so well done on that. If you take away messages from some of the presenters, I think there's one thing I took away from yesterday and today was, probably reflects about Ireland, the power of community and the power of local. You know, so while we talk about national services and the need for national services and national oversight, there's something about the power of local and the power of community, and how we get those services integrated from a national funding model and a national service delivery model. But I think we're at our best as a society in a community and local, and that's where it works best. So there's something coming through strong about the design of services and the funding of services and the coordination and alignment of services. The other issue I just wanted to take away was the reasonable discussions around the barriers to entry into services. You know, so it's one thing, and we heard some good success rates from all of the service providers, but we equally heard barriers to entry, and some of it can be just communications. There was really good discussion yesterday about making it clearer, but there are barriers to entry, and that again can hurt marginalised and stigmatised communities much more than others. So I think we'll have to consider a later stage, and Johanna's been very good at this as well with us, just what are the barriers to get people into services and into recovery, and that's something we'll come back to. Just in terms of kind of next phase, what I will ask you with your individual contributions, but also through the steering group members, again, we put the names there. We're going to bring the steering group members together in a room within the next week, 10 days or so. So please do feel free to feedback through our facilitators how we might design each session, and you're going to give us some evaluation forms. That's really important for us. But again, I say we're trying to find the mix. Some people do their learning through PowerPoint. They like the evidence. Some people like data. Some people like the human stories. We all do our learning differently. So we're trying to find a mix here between panel discussions, facilitated discussions, PowerPoint and human stories. So look, bear with us. We all do our thinking differently. Some people have different preferences. But do feedback through your steering group members, you know, what we can do differently. We're always open to it. We've tried many different things. And I heard a bit of feedback throughout yesterday at dinner. Some people feel the questions, the 5 minutes or so around the table to develop questions and then open, could be reversed out and give more time first and then ask the question. So again, we flipped that before, we'll flip it again, whatever works best, just to say that. Look, in closing from me, I know I do want to, Colin Cahill just after we formally close, but in closing from myself, a few takeaway messages overall from where we're at the minute. I think there was a really strong point made yesterday and today. Sometimes history repeats itself, and you could hear from the service delivery people yesterday and today. You know, people were talking about the Pat Rabbit report or 1996 and the campaign against drugs, and we seem like we're back there again. And some people were asking a really good question yesterday: why are we back to, you know, nearly where we were starting from? And I think that's a really important thing for us to internalise, because whatever our recommendations come, we need to be thinking about execution and implementation. So very strong piece coming through there. I think the equal strong piece that came through in the last 48 hours was the evidence from the Health Research Board. We've heard lots of human stories and we understood it, and it was really powerful at the last one. But I think equally powerful is how we can match this with evidence. And the evidence that we heard earlier this week and we heard yesterday for the first time, more people are dying through drugs. A 10% increase last year in the numbers of people dying through drug poisoning, drug overdose, drug-related deaths. That's very impactful. That's a very important figure for society. We are a laggard in Europe in terms of drug-related deaths. I've no doubt that information is going to put us further behind. So that's something that's very powerful, evidence-based, along with the human stories we heard, that needs absolute urgency. One of you said it at the table. And in my view, when the problem is changing and moving away from you rapidly and escalating, you have to change something. You have to change the policy, you have to change the service, or you have to change the legislation. Something has to change for us to catch up on this rapidly urgency situation. And I said it the last time, I said it yesterday, I'll say it today. It's a call to us. It's a great privilege for us now to be in a position to make recommendations, to bring forward to government. We are in this privileged position that we can land that data and land recommendations to make this better. But it's an equally strong call for policymakers, for government ministers, for our Oireachtas, for government overall. This needs action. This needs to get the top of the priority agenda. We all know the social issues we have with housing, homelessness. This is up there. The evidence is there, it's deteriorating, it's getting worse. We're in a privileged position now to come forward with recommendations, but it needs urgency and it needs rapid attention. And it is, in my view, it's a wake-up call for us to get our act together. We really need to. We really need to. So look, I'm going to close and thank you all for your engagement. And when I did the thanks, the one thing I want to keep for the end is to yourselves. You know, I am nothing but impressed and inspired by the commitment, by the dedication, by your engagement, by your delivery, by your professionalism to all the discussions that's going on in the room. So thanks very much. You deserve a round of applause. Well done. So I'm going to formally close the session now, and I just want to ask Cathal just if there's any quick housekeepings and talk through the evaluation. Cathal's over there on my right. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Paul. I'll really quickly, just a couple of things. First of all, a couple of extra thanks